Wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up, wake up. That's right. That's right. Wake up. You know what? Y'all need more than that. Y'all need more than that because this is the way too early for a Friday podcast. I guess I should call it a morning show. It's not really a podcast because it's on YouTube. And I've been informed by threads that my YouTube channel is not a podcast. But nevertheless, wake up. That's right. Get active. Get in the chat. I want to hear you. Let's go. Wake up, wake up, wake up. I know some of you guys out there watching. So what's up to the chat? As always, thank you guys so much for all of your support, for being here, for checking out Garage Gym Life, all that we do, including the Way Too Early for a Friday podcast. If you guys are watching this, please, whether you're watching on replay or you are watching live, please click on that shopping button to support the channel. You're going to be able to grab some home gym merch, and I promise you it goes a long way to supporting the channel. What else supports the channel is when you hit the like button and subscribe. And if you're watching on replay, I've just been reminded of this week. Drop comments. When I say drop a comment to let me know this, drop a comment for that, I'm not just saying it because I need to fill airtime. I really do need you guys to drop comments and let me know the answers to the questions, your reactions to the things that we say, because that really helps me out a whole lot. Let's go ahead and jump into the chat, see who's here. My guy, Carlos, CBS True Consumer Reviews. Hey, looks like Statty Daddy said he was duped by the premiere. Well, my man, I figured it. So that actually leads to something else. What I'm going to be doing, I actually got the idea from my guy, Andrew Towers, who you just watched in the premiere. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to attempt. I know Yoda said there is no try, there's do or not do, but I'm gonna have content for you guys every day during the week. And so at 5 a.m. during Monday through Thursday, you'll be getting some content from Garage Gym Life to help you guys get your day started. And then on Fridays, we will go live at 6 a.m. Eastern time as we normally do. All right, so that's going to be the thing. We're going to give that a shot, see how that goes. Now, let's go ahead and jump into the rundown like we normally do. But before I do that, go ahead and let me know what you guys are going to be working today. I always forget to ask for that. So what's on your workout schedule for today? As usual for me, it is deadlifts, but I'm going to be switching over to conventional deadlifts so all the strongman competitors can stop harassing me. I'm going to switch over to conventional because I basically, when I injured my knee, when I fell about a month or so ago, my knee twisted. And so I'm having issues with my sumo deadlift setup. I'm sorry, not my setup, but just starting the bar. And I guess it kind of is my setup because I get in good start position, but then my knee isn't strong enough to allow me to break the bar from the floor. So I'm using my lower back a little bit too much. And so as a result, the bar is drifting out and away from me. And so while I allow my knee to heal, I'm going to switch over to conventional. And it's a good idea to train both anyway. I was doing RDLs, and that was basically fulfilling that posterior chain training requirement. But now we're going to go to, instead, I'm just going to do conventional deadlifts. So let's see. Tattoo saying, my guy Matt, he said the premiere had you chatting to no one. Hey, Matt, I apologize, but like I said, that's what I'm doing to let people get. On Monday, you will be able to chat with me. Okay, you'll be able to chat with me. I promise. All right, but I promise you, the Recliner Rage is on deck. It's in the building. Carlos said he is squatting today. There you go. Welcome back to Man Deadlifts. You know, you say that, and I'm gonna let that slide because you also compete in powerlifting, Matt. But here's the thing: I'm not trying to hear about how sumo is cheating when y'all use straps. Okay, sumo is allowed in the sport of powerlifting, which is what I compete in, the strength sport I compete in when I compete, and but straps are not. We say you need to be a man and get a grip, work on your grip. And you guys allow straps, but you don't allow sumo. So there you go. So Matt's gonna be doing deadlifts. Plan is for 585s for a triple for his top set tonight. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Let's go. All right. So we are awaiting the legend himself, my guy, Coach Carp. That's Eric Carpenter. Now, here's the bad news. There's no Friday dance party. All right, because only Carlos submitted a dance video to me on Instagram, and it's basically, I could go for just find random videos. I could really very easily do that, but then I still have to get permission from the people who post the videos, the original video, before I post it here in the dance party. And honestly, it's just not worth it, especially because I am still waiting for a licensing dispute to be resolved. So what happened is I had a couple of weeks ago, we did Vibrant Thing, but we did the remix of Vibrant Thing by Q-Tip and J Period. Well, then whoever owns the rights to the original version of Vibrant Thing, which I did not use, submitted a dispute. And so I licensed the remix. I used the remix, but Licht is not able to defend me and say I have a license because I'm not getting, I don't have a dispute for using the remix. I have a dispute for using the original, which I didn't use. So basically, when Licht steps in, that's usually cleared up within a couple of days at most. Sometimes it's cleared up the same day. But because this is something I'm having to do myself through YouTube, which means, in case you're wondering, it means that entire 3-hour live stream is not monetized, okay? Or it's monetized, but the money's going to somebody else, okay? So until it's resolved, and it takes 29 days for YouTube to resolve it, if they resolve it in my favor, hopefully they will, but until such time as they resolve it, I make zero money off of that 3-hour and change live stream. So I'm not super excited about that. Yeah, so I'm just gonna, but that's not why, because I went ahead and even though I knew that was going on, I still did the Friday dance parties. But like I said, I only got one person submitting videos, and I'm not dancing with Carlos. I'm just not gonna do it. All right, my guy Jonathan, No Fake Channel, checking in. Hit that like button. That's right. All right. So my man Coach Carp said he's dancing anyway. So let's go ahead and let's bring him to the stage. All right, because he's got a hard out. I promised him I wouldn't keep him too long. So Eric, my man, what's up, man? Look, I just want you to know, Eric, that you are a legend. We have a legend joining us, and I just want you to know this is how I felt about it, okay? This is what I had to get myself ready. I put on my good shirt, okay? Look, this is actual footage from this morning, okay? I shaved, got myself looking right, gave myself a little pep talk, okay? Look at that, getting my mind right, got my head sheened up, and then, that's right, got out. You're not ready for this. You're not ready for this, okay? The good cologne. That's right. I put on the good cologne.
Nice.
All right. I put on the good cologne for you. All right. So there you go. What's up, man? Appreciate
What's
you.
What's going on? Do I sound okay? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you sound beautiful, man.
Okay.
Whatever you did to get your sound right, you need to teach others your ways, because everybody doesn't successfully accomplish that. So,
well, this is my first time messing around with StreamYard, so I didn't know how it was going to go. So I'm glad you can hear me.
So let me just say this. I typically give, whenever I send the information out to people, say, hey, I want you to be on the show. And, I'll send, number one, I'll send questions. Typically, I'll send questions. But I also send, with plenty of time, I send a link with setup instructions. Here's how you set up your StreamYard. This is if you have a YouTube channel. There's also options for you to stream to your own YouTube channel if you want. I don't care about that. That's fine. And guess what? a lot of people don't do. That's right. They don't read those instructions. They decide we just gonna wing it. All right. You only live once. Let's just go for it. And then I'll end up with all sorts of random stuff. But you passed the test, man. I appreciate it.
That's good to hear. Nice. I appreciate it.
And guess what? You got fans in the chat already. Matthew Porter has arrived. All right. By the way, Matthew Porter, if you're gonna be at Home Gym Con, I need you to stop by the booth. I'll be live streaming at the beginning of, like, right before the doors open. Well, for 3 hours before the doors open. So I need you to stop by and hang out with me for about 15 minutes. All right. So Matthew Porter, that's my formal request in front of everybody. All right. Eric, let's jump into these questions because I know you got to get out of here.
Let's do it.
All right. So you've got a YouTube channel and you have an Instagram. Give me the elevator speech. Tell me what's your goal for each of those platforms?
Well, like on Instagram, I kind of just started sharing my home gym story a few years back before I even had YouTube, and kind of just building things out, testing equipment, not in the hopes of doing any reviews or anything, but just what I liked and didn't like. And I remember about 2 or 3 years ago, I came along Adrian Gluck when he was in the beginning, the early stages of building out his home gym before he had all the equipment he has now. And I think he's expanding to a bigger gym coming soon. But I just thought, I was like, well, man, I've kind of done the same thing that these other guys are doing. I've got a lot to offer here. And then talking to guys like Joe Gray and some other guys like, hey man, you have just as much experience as anybody. So why not share some of that? And so that's kind of way I try to take it from a bigger guy's perspective, because there's a lot of smaller guys, and everybody lifts, so we're all big, you know what I mean? But as a bigger guy, like over 250 pounds, 275, that type of, I fluctuate during what type of season it is. But when I test out equipment, I was like, will this work? If this will work for a bigger guy or me, like I'm not the strongest guy in the world, but if it works for me and the body weight holds up well, and plus your lifts, then I think it'll work for anybody. So I kind of take that approach. If it'll work for me and you're a smaller person, or you lift less than me, then it should work for you just fine. So I don't recommend anything that I think doesn't have its place, or that type of thing. So that's one big thing for me, is being a bigger person, whether it's clothes or fitness equipment. How is it going to fit? How are you going to feel? Are you going to be comfortable on it? That type of stuff. That's the way I kind of look at it.
So as you see, Carlos said, "Let's go, coach." So I told you got your fans in the chat. And if you guys got questions for Eric, go ahead and drop them in here. He's only going to be with us for a few minutes, so drop your questions now, because if you want Eric to answer them, drop them now. You got a series showing your training, and I want to touch on what you said about the bigger guys thing in a little bit, but you got a series that's showing your training for the Strongman Showdown that's going to be coming up next week at Home Gym Con. Do you plan to keep that series going after the competition is over? Just say, okay, well, now I'm going to show my training for whatever other stuff I got going on?
Yeah, well, I started beginning of the year. I did a year in review, kind of like what we did last year on the channel, what people liked, what they didn't like. So I got some feedback from the community, and overwhelmingly, 2/3 of the followers, I got about 900 followers now on YouTube, and they were all like, yeah, we want to see training logs. We want to see if you're going to do a comp, because I recommended, or I said, I want to do a comp this year. I don't know if it's going to be strongman or powerlifting or whatever, but somewhere or the other, I'm going to work it out. And then my fallback would be the garage gym competition, because we do that every year regardless. But if I couldn't get off work or whatever, we were going to do something. So when the strongman thing came up, and I knew Kurt Locker was doing it, he's actually been over here before. I was like, it's a perfect storm. Like, it's going to be at Home Gym Con. My buddies are going to be doing it. And then, like, Kurt Locker is the meet director. I wanted to support him in his first actual – oh, there's a fly there. I wanted to support him as being a meet director. So, a lot of those guys would give me advice and help me. So there's a lot of guys in the community that I don't know much about strongman at all. I've done powerlifting type training for, 5 or 6 years at least, and then going back to high school days, doing football and stuff. So I'm pretty familiar with all that, but all the strongman stuff is definitely new to me. So some of these movements I've never done until this series. And there's going to be some things I'm probably going to keep in there. I don't know if the series will continue. It may change to a different series, but I will keep like some of the strongman log and stuff like that in because I think it's just fun to do, and it's a nice accessory or a different variation of other lifts. And then like the log clean and press, the log and the axle clean and press, I've really become a fond of the axle recently, and it's really improved my pressing strength. I really noticed that by having the fatter bar and having to be more, focused on what you're doing than the traditional barbell.
Oh yeah.
So I really enjoy those. Those will stay in the program some type of way. But as far as all the other stuff, I don't know. We'll see. But I'm having fun with it so far.
Yeah, I think so. I do fat bar training. You guys may have seen on the channel. I've got the review of the 45-pound knurled axle bar from Gorilla Strength. I got that review on my channel. I actually used to have their 30-pound knurled axle, and then I sold that once I got the 45-pound one because I just like basically I didn't want to do math. All right, it's like 45 pounds. So when it's 225, I don't want to make up the difference. And I've noticed a big difference in my pressing strength. The thing is, for me, it hasn't been that my 1 rep max has gone up, but the point at which I need, say, I used to have to put on wrist wraps when I got to like 270 pounds. My max is roughly 370 right now. So I used to have to put on wrist wraps when I got to 270 pounds. Now I really don't need to put on wrist wraps or anything like that until I get to about 300. And probably not even then, but I just feel a little bit more secure if I put it on. And what I mean is, like, how like you want to keep your wrist from rocking back.
Right. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. The fat grip training has really helped me with that. And another thing, man, I really feel my triceps a lot more.
Me too.
When I press with when you press with that fat bar, it's something about the way that you have to grip it. It really engages your triceps a little bit more. So I really feel my triceps a lot more. So then I typically do like a specific tricep movement after I do my bench work. And I feel that more because I guess they're already pre-activated from the fat bar training. So yeah, I'm a huge fan of fat bar training like that.
Yeah, for me, it's the upper chest too, man. It lights up my upper chest, and any kind of overhead pressing or anything.
Heck yeah.
And I'm the same way. I have a shorty axle bar, and I got the 20 kg also.
That's the Fringe Sport, right?
Yeah, it's Fringe Sport, and they helped me out with that. It's part of their series. They didn't actually like sponsor, but they sent me a couple things, and I was like, hey, I'm going to do this 10-week series or several episodes, and you guys want to be involved? And they sent me a couple things to try out. And I was like, we'll do a full review. They would get plenty of testing. So that's another thing I like to do on my channel is like, if I'm going to bring it in and I'm going to do a review, it's definitely going to get at least tested to what my standards are. I mean, somebody else's standards might be different, but I'm not going to put one plate on there and just say it's the best bar ever. So, it's going to get, at least to my strength level, it's going to get tested to at least that. And then sometimes I'll bring in a buddy and say, hey, man, put whatever you can do on there and do that. And let's tell them what it can really do.
Don't you have a promo code or discount code with Fringe Sport though?
I have an affiliate link. Sometimes they'll run promos, but I don't think they have anything going on right now. I think today or yesterday they just launched that new trap bar. Right? Yeah, they just came out with the new trap bar. Yeah. So I'll have a review coming on that, but I don't have it finished yet.
Okay, yeah, I saw how you were talking about the trap bar from Amazon and how it didn't hold up. So that's what I was gonna say is like, what I love about your channel is you and I agree because you'll see reviews from people and they're doing reviews of this thing or that thing. And it's like with minimal weight, man, it's like, so let's say it's a bar, they'll test the bar with like 135. And I'm like, come on, man.
Right.
Just come on. You want me to believe that bar can handle, 300, 400 pounds and you're testing it with 135. It's like you don't even believe that it can handle that much. Right. I mean, I get if somebody's not strong enough to do it, but I'm like, come on, really? I'm fairly certain you can at least put 225 on there. Come on, man.
Right.
That's a pride.
Yeah, no shade to anybody that's starting out or a beginning lifter because in my gym, like we're gonna have the kids over here for garage gym competition. We've got a 5-pound bar, we've got a 15-pound bar, we got a 20-pound bar, so we can start anybody. If you can't do that, I've got a dumbbell. So I have no shade to anybody that's starting out or can't lift 135 or anything like that. But if you've been training for 10 years or you've got a YouTube channel for 10 or 15 years, you can lift more than 135 to test something. So that's all I'll say about it.
Well, but okay,
put some
but
weight on
hold on.
there and let's see what happens.
Look, no, well, actually, I am putting shade. All right, I'll do it. I know you don't want to, but I'll do it. If you put yourself in a position to do reviews, you're asking people to trust your judgment about a particular thing, and they're kind of putting their safety. They're kind of trusting a little bit of their safety to you. You're saying, yeah, this product is safe. You can use it. It's going to be a good purchase for you. Your hard-earned money should be spent on this thing instead of something else that does something similar, right? I'm going to need you to have some experience in training before you try to tell me what I need to pay for in my home gym. And like the quote I keep on saying is like, don't draw me a map unless you've actually been to the place. All right. So if you aren't this could be biased, but if you're not at least as strong as me, okay, I'm not going to trust your judgment in terms of weight equipment, because some of what I'm looking at you for is, can this equipment handle my training? And I'm not the strongest dude I know. I know a lot of people who are way stronger than me. But before you put yourself out as a leader in some ways to tell people what to get, you need to have kind of put in the time yourself. I'm going to need you to put in the time yourself. Don't just get up. It's kind of like the personal trainer thing, man. Don't be fresh out of college with a certificate. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying that because that was me, fresh out of college with a certificate. I'm like, oh, yeah, I can tell you what to do in personal training. And now years later, I'm looking back and I'm like, look at all. I mean, I gave people, reasonably good advice, but I'm talking to people who are in their 40s and telling them how to manage pain and injuries and stuff. What did I know about that?
Right.
The only thing I had done up to that point was break my nose playing tackle football in the backyard. Like, nah, I need you to have some credentials before you come talking to me about what I need to buy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I tell guys all the time, man. I remember when I was deadlifting 135 or 185, but with any kind of serious training, like in 4 or 5 years, you can, you'll be well on your way. So
okay.
I didn't mean that as far as other reviewers technically. I'm just saying if you're gonna test something, test it. And like perfect example of that is like Gluck. I mean, you've seen him drop stuff off of stuff and everything. So
yeah.
I'm not trying to say I'm copying him, but like if I'm gonna do something, or they say, hey, this is the most durable one we've.
Hold on. So are you going to be
with.
dropping stuff in your driveway?
I've done some things like
okay.
when I got the Strength Co bumper plates in, they said, hey, these are the most durable outdoor plates. So I took them outside. I dropped them off an embankment down into a ditch and everything. So, and I mean, they held up well. So that's what I will say. If you make a claim and I can back it up, then I'll say, hey, man, they backed it up. If you say this is a 1,000-pound trap bar and it folds at 500 pounds, then I'm not going to say that it's a good bar. It's a piece of junk.
Exactly, man. That's what I'm saying. So, we got Eric Eccles in the building. We
Big Iceman.
Yeah, Icebox Gym. I'm sorry, Inventor. I keep on trying to remember to put Inventor by his name. Let's see. We had one said Matt from England says he's a bit biased. No, really? Because I'm a bit biased, but do Strongman. He says 100%. It's a great experience and a supportive community, and I will vouch for that. I live stream Static Monsters every year, and there's always some sort of charity component. That's not something that's mandated by Static Monsters, but I'm just saying that the ones that I do always have some sort of charity component, and it's always a good time. People are very, very supportive of each other, and I just think it's great, man. Let's see. We got a comment here. So Carlos said, yeah, he says, basically, he said, we're not hating on the strength of the lifter, but if you say it can do a certain weight, get close or get somebody else to show it can do it. And I mean, and I don't, okay, if it says it's got a bar has 1,500 pounds of tolerance, I don't expect you to lift 1,500 pounds on it.
Right.
Okay? I don't expect you to get your forklift out. I don't expect that, but I'm just saying, at least, do some weight that shows the bar bending if possible. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like what I do with a bar, if it's a bar, especially I'm going to pull with, I pull 500 pounds with it. Like, okay, because typically, and I've said this a few times, but typically if a bar is going to act up, it's going to act up somewhere around 500 pounds. Yeah. That's where the whip will start to get you, or just weird stuff will start happening. So that's just, I'll deadlift 500 pounds with it, just because If it's going to screw up, I want to see it. And I want to, before, that's another thing, you're putting your name behind it. You know what I mean? If you say a product works, you're putting your name behind that product. So I'm just saying, I ain't saying, but I'm just saying.
Right. Yeah. Like if it can hold up to that, you know, and you've done it multiple times, then there's no reason to think that it wouldn't at a better weight. But if you start seeing flex or bend or like, you know, there's telltale signs for sure.
Because
like in that trap bar
video. Did you ever see that video with Joe Sullivan? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, where the he's squatting and the bar bends around his shoulders. It's like you guys just look up Joe Sullivan video. I'm sorry, Joe Sullivan squat fail, and it'll come up and you'll see what he goes through. And that right there is like, okay, before I go, I don't want to recommend a bar and then have that happen to somebody in their home gym by themselves where the kids got to call 911.
That's a perfect example. But what I think every time I see that video, because it circulates around, if you've been around the community for a while, that video pops up every so many months or every once a year or something. It circulates around. And I'm like, watching that video, how low his safeties are. Like, that's something to call out for you guys out there. Like, set your safeties this much higher, because if that would have failed on him, he would at least been able to set the bar down on the pins. I know he's a big-time lifter. He's way stronger than me. So he probably thought he had it, no problem or whatever. It's a lightweight for him. But if your bar fails or your equipment fails, you have a safety in place. So every time I see that video, I'm like, if he would just set the pins 3 inches higher or whatever, he could have just set it down on the pins and not got injured. But he knows more than me, I guess. But that's what I see every time I see that video. Anytime you're going to lift, make sure you have safeties or a way to save yourself. That's just my opinion.
So how are you feeling going in? We were talking about the Strongman Showdown. How are you feeling going into it? You have any goals? You just basically going there trying to have fun?
I'm really just going to have fun. I mean, I'd love to be competitive, be somewhere in the middle of the pack, at the top of the pack, but I don't really know what's going to happen. I did the training program that Andrew Haynes put out. He's kind of the co-meet director with Kurt Locker.
From Haynes Strength? Yeah.
Yeah, he does. I think he does programming and stuff like that. So if you guys are interested, reach out to him, because, I mean, I think he's the 3-time amateur champion at the Arnold. So he definitely knows what he's talking about. And it was definitely challenging. So I'm kind of running his 10-week program, but that's going from basically just regular powerlifting type training right into strongman. So I had no kind of really prior experience. The log and stuff I borrowed from Rory, my buddy from Roman Strength. So he's going to get that back in a couple weeks. But so I had really no experience going into it. So following his program and looking up videos online, and then like a lot of guys from the community and Massonomics, my buddy Scott, the Far Outpost, and Scants through Massonomics. A lot of those guys sent me videos and stuff. Hey, man, this is my last comp. Tweak this, do this. So that's been very helpful. And then even Andrew has sent me a few videos. Like he said, hey, man, I sent this out to the other guys. I'll make sure you got it, about how to do a sandbag and how he likes to do it and stuff like that. So as far as goals, I would like to just complete all the lifts. I don't know if I will be able to on meet day or not, because some of these you do like a cycle. On one day you'll be log, and the next week you'll be doing axle or something like that. So I've never really strung them all together and hit all the comp weights at the same time, because I think this is kind of a heavier competition for novice. I'm doing the novice class, and some of the guys I know have done other competitions where their bar would be like 175, but ours is like 200. So it's kind of I think middle upper range of novice weights. But I mean, that's going to make it challenging. So I'll be anxious to see what I can do on meet day, because I've been training hard, so hopefully it pays off. Hopefully the hay's in the barn, and we'll see next week.
Oh, heck yeah, man. If you end up liking it, I would highly recommend you do Static Monsters. So it's the cool thing I like about Static Monsters is it's a worldwide competition, right? And it happens every year, roughly October 22nd. So it's like the same weekend every year. And of course, the way the calendar works, sometimes it's the 21st, sometimes it's the 22nd, sometimes it's the 23rd. But you're actually competing. And so Matt Welch, Tattooed Saying, has actually done it multiple times. And it's the only strongman competition I know of where you are actually competing with lifters around the world, right? So if you say I'm Static Monsters champion in this weight class, you actually competed against other people from multiple countries who all competed on the same day, roughly, at least the same weekend, against you. And it's only the Static Monsters competition is only log press, and then it's axle deadlift. So it's really good for people who enjoy powerlifting, but also enjoy strongman. And you want to kind of move into the competition a little bit more. So it's I highly recommend it. The only thing is that they have to be like 400 miles apart. So there's going to be one. If there's not one near you, basically just go to staticmonsters.com and you'll see one that's, reasonably close to you, so you don't have to travel too far for it. Look, we got some stuff in the chat here. Let's jump into that. So there you go. All right, so you just got another sub, and Carlos said you are one person closer to 1,000 subs. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Appreciate you.
Let's go.
T-shirts on sale now. No, just kidding.
We're gonna talk about t-shirts in a second.
Yeah, I got
let's see here. Then we got, Matt, who I mentioned, says he could do an events day with lighter weights, so you can get a feel of the warming up and lifting in that order. He said just do the events day, but just basically, kind of like you do your openers for powerlifting.
Yeah.
Same
Makes
thing,
sense.
just do an events day, but with lighter weight. That's a good idea. And then and Kurt said he did research on Iron Podium. So they want to make sure that the weights weren't too heavy or too light, because he said too light is CrossFit and too heavy would just discourage and depress people, which is true.
No, I see what he means. I'm not saying that it's going to be easy or too hard, but I've been training for it, so we'll see what happens.
Oh man, I got faith in you. And then the last one here from Matt said he loves Static Monsters. He's waiting for the comp info for the UK this year. He was third in the 90 kilogram weight class in the UK. He's 48th worldwide trying to climb. So let me unpack that a little bit more. So when I said that it's worldwide, right? So at our last Static Monsters, and we've got the replay of that live stream here on the channel. Our last Static Monsters, Matt's event, his competition got done first because it's like 11 o'clock over there right now, 11 o'clock in the morning right now. It's 6 o'clock in the morning where I am. It's 5:30 for you. And so Matt's competition was over, and he was able to come on and watch ours to basically see who the other 90 the people in his weight class were at our event, right? And so there are a lot of live streams. So you can do that. You could actually go and look and see if there's a live stream from somewhere, like say in England, and just see what they did. And if you're trying to break a record or something like that, you can say, oh, well, okay, so this is what they did, or even just win. Oh, well, this is what they did. So I just have to pull at least this much, and then you qualify for the Static Monsters World Championship, which you actually travel to. And that moves around. It was in Ohio one year. It was in England another year. So it's that, like I said, it's just a really cool competition because, again, you're competing with other people from around the world. But a lot of times there are people who are brand new to strongman or who have 3 years or less of experience, because it's designed as an event to get people into the sport. So I think I highly recommend it.
No, it sounds awesome.
Oh yeah, it's a ball. All right, man. I know that you got to get out of here. And so we'll just skip all the other questions I had for y'all. Just ask later on, because I want you to sit in with me at Home Gym Con. I'm going to be going live that morning, same time. We'll be going live that morning, and then whatever time you want to wander through, you come on. There you go. I wanted to know where my shirt is. All right, so he's got the shirt in the Ziploc bag right there. Okay, so y'all see he's got the shirt. So next week, I expect you to walk in and hand me my shirt. Okay?
Can you hear that? Brand new, baby.
Hold on. Let's give you the big screen. That deserves a big screen.
Can you hear that? The brand new shirt says he ordered extra large. It's right there, man.
Dang right. I'm an extra large dude. Dang right. I've been drinking milk and everything. Well, man, hey, look, before you go, this last question for me. Tell everybody why they need to subscribe to Carp's Gym. You already talked about what you talk about, but, this is your elevator pitch. Let people know why they should subscribe to you, why they should follow you. I think you have a great channel. So the floor is yours.
Thanks, man. Well, I just try to keep it fun and light. Put some comedy in there too, because it doesn't have to be serious, man. I'm serious about my training, but as far as reviews and things like that, I try to throw some fun in there and comedy, and then I try to answer questions from the community. So I'll put a poll out or something like that, and say, what do you guys want to know? Are you curious about this item? I got a review coming, and I'll try to get your feedback right into the video. Where I don't think any of the big YouTubers do that. There's a few that might do that, but for the most part, they're running off a script or whatever. So I like to bring the average guy's opinion. Like, I like nicer equipment. And if you followed me for years, you've seen that I've changed a lot of equipment. I started with, cheap, free stuff and then increased it over time. So you kind of find out what you like. And during that process, I think I've gained a lot of experience, a lot of different things on different nerdlings and different brands. And I can offer that perspective. And I'll never tell you need to get this one or that one. But I will give you options. If you're looking for something, the guys will contact me and say, hey, man, which bar is better? And I'll just give you my opinion. I'm not going to tell you which one to get. And sometimes those will be ones that I have affiliate codes with or affiliate links or discounts, or some that I don't. Anytime I have some of that, I try to share the love with other people. So if I can get you something cheaper, or I have a relationship that can help you out, then I'll definitely try to shoot that your way. But I just like to have fun with it. I'm a dad in the garage. I got kids running around here, so you might see kids in the background. And I'm pretty sure some of you are out there like that too. So I just want to be a man of the people. Hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll just try to keep it real, keep it honest. If I'm ever not, feel free to call me out on it, but I don't think that'll be a problem, because even if this is hugely successful and somebody tries to buy me out or something, I'm still here for you guys. So not for sale.
There you go. All right. I do have a question. You had the audacity to come on my show and be set up in front of every banner except mine.
Oh, it's over here. Actually,
yeah, just off camera.
2 banners.
Yeah, they're all off camera. He said he said, where can I set up to make sure nobody sees?
Support the brand, baby.
Man, whatever. You show up at Home Gym Con, I'm gonna give you another banner, and I want you to wear it like a poncho the entire time.
Hey, man, we might have to trade shirts. You bring me that Stack and Day shirt, and I'll give you my shirt.
Okay, 100%. All right, man. I know you got to get out of here, Eric. I appreciate you stopping by, and thank you for all of your support, man. Eric is a good dude, and he's one of the most supportive people. Never asks for anything, in terms of like anything back. And I really do. I wanted to tell you in front of everybody else, I really appreciate the encouragement you give me, and I am gonna come by your house. I promise. I'm gonna stop by. I would have seen you when I went up there for Relentless, but you were busy. Big time. Up to hey, you don't have time. You got to go. You don't have time to respond.
No.
You got a meeting. You got a work meeting.
This is my time, baby. This is my time. No, I will say that, if we can work it out, not just you, but guys in the community, followers. I've had guys through Massonomics or guys that are military. Even Kurt stopped by before and trained here.
Daddy was in the building. I've seen the
video.
Yeah,
he was. That was before I knew his name. I would have called him that in the review if I knew. But no, if I'm here, guys are welcome to stop by and train or try out equipment. That's one thing I will let people do if they're local or if they're passing through town. Like, I've got a guy coming up in a couple of weeks. His wife's doing a conference in Nashville, and he's like, "Hey, man, can we work out a day to come? It's probably going to be on a weekend, but then something with their times didn't line up." So he's like, "Well, where's another gym around there that I can go to?" So I gave him a couple of options. But if I'm here and you want to get a session in, like, "Hey, man, my gym is yours."
Outstanding.
Just reach out to me.
Cool. You just got a new follow on Instagram. Matt Tattoo Sane is following you, so there you go.
And actually, my long-term goal is to build a building out back and become a Go RX.
Oh, hey, there you
go.
There
you go. Let them support
that
me.
Money. Make that money.
But we're a long way from there, but down the road, maybe.
You never know. All right, man. Like I said, I know you got to get out of here. And all joking aside, man, I appreciate you. And I will see you later. I'll see you next week.
Thank you guys for watching.
All right, man. Peace.
Thank you guys for commenting. I'm out.
Okay, and that was my guy, Eric Carpenter. Please go subscribe to Carp's Gym on YouTube. Eric is not, he got a meeting at work, so he's not supposed to be talking to us. But he is, will probably be coming back for the replay. When I say the guy is hugely supportive, he's hugely supportive. He watches the live stream, then he comes back and watches the replay and always puts a comment because, as I said, those comments actually help out a lot. Like for example, just one way that it helps out is whenever I have a brand reaching out to me to review something, one of the things they look at is how much engagement I have on my channel. They want to see how many followers or subscribers, whatever you have, but they want to see how much those people interact with you, how much you care about what I have to say. And so that is an indirect way. It costs you nothing to drop a comment, but it does seriously help to support the channel. So you guys make sure that you are doing that. All right. Now, let's go ahead and move into our next segment, and that is, news and other things. All right, so we got news and other things. The first thing that I want to tell you guys about is that I mentioned Abmat had a new product, and that I was concerned that it might be a competitor to uh, Exponent Edge. But because I signed up for the notifications, I've got the preliminary images, and it is not a competitor to the Exponent Edge bench. And in fact, let me see if I can show you guys the what it is. It's called the Bench Wedge. Let's go ahead and share the screen real quick. Let's see, select the tab, window, boom, boom. Okay, you guys see that? Yeah, there you go. All right, so that's the Bench Wedge right there, and it is basically, as you guys can see, you strap it to an adjustable bench. Now, the thing about that is, I mean, okay, I think it's great. So, first of all, they there's no word on price, and they said that it costs a fraction of the cost of a utility bench, of an adjustable bench, right? But you still need a bench to strap it to. So, like, okay, so you already got one. And I guess the idea is now you don't have to buy two benches. So there are those. I don't know if you guys, if you've been training for long enough, then back in the 90s, late 80s, early 90s, they had these benches that were short little benches that you use for shoulder press. And so they basically cut off, they didn't come up like any higher than probably your shoulder blades. All right. And so you don't have to buy a specialty bench for that. Sometimes people will sit on a preacher curl bench and they'll, sit backwards on a preacher curl bench to do shoulder work or to do overhead tricep extensions, things like that. So that way the bench doesn't get in the way. And so now you don't have to have a dedicated bench, because this thing, it fits on I got a picture here. You know I had a picture, right? So I'll show you this. If it fits on a shelf, right there. So you guys can see if you've got, I mean, obviously it depends on how big a storage shelf you have, but it should be small enough to fit it should be able to fit on a storage shelf. So if you got a storage shelf for dumbbells, especially one that fits dumbbells and kettlebells on it, of course they got their U-bells at the top, but then you probably can fit that in your home gym. The point is very compact. Eric said that he asked if I was wondering if they're going to have one at Home Gym Con, and it looks like they may have one, since how they promised Eric that he may be able to take one home. But for the rest of us, you can go to abmat.com and sign up for the newsletter, and then they're going to be releasing an announcement to let you know like what the price is. Probably it's going to be an early discount, and that will be May 24th. So when it drops, you'll be able to get it for a special price if you go to abmat.com and sign up for their newsletter, which is how I found out about this thing. Or you could just go and I don't know, thumb wrestle Eric for his if he gets one. All right, so that's the first news item. Moving along to the next news item. You guys go ahead and put comments in if you have any questions or comments about that. And yes, that includes you if you're watching the replay. Put a comment about what you think about the Abmat Bench Wedge. Is this something that you're interested in? Is this something that you like more information about? And if they do have one, let me know if you want me to go check it out and cover it. I'll stop by the Abmat booth and I'll get them to talk about it, because I go to the different booths. So if you guys want to know about it, I'll stop by the Abmat booth and I will do a video from their booth showing not only their product but also Eric's product. All right, so that the Saxon grips. So that should be a good time. All right, next news item. We are going to be live streaming meets for the I'm sorry, for the USPC, which is the United States Powerlifting Coalition, and they announced the partnership on Instagram, I believe. I know I saw it. They announced it on Instagram, but yeah. So this is where I got it. They also emailed it to me, which is why I'm not sure where they sent it. All right, so they I have live streamed for them in the past, and it's a really cool organization. The number one thing I think, well, I guess two things that jump out to me about their federation are: number one, they use a monolift for squat, and then they use a bench, a dedicated competition bench for the bench press. And then there's no squat command in their federation. Okay, so in a lot of federations, you walk your squat out or whatever, you look at the referee and you nod your head. Basically, you give him some indication that you're ready, and then he'll say squat. So then you squat, come back up, and then he says rack. Well, in the USPC, they said, well, there's just too much controversy because sometimes lifters are still saying they got a squat command before they were ready. And the reason why that matters is if you get the squat command before you're fully set up, and let's say you move your foot because you're not set up yet, then that's a no lift, because once the squat command is given, your feet can't move. So in the USPC, they don't have a squat command. You just go and you come back up, you get a rack command. But in any case, we're going to be live streaming 2 events for them this year so far. One of them is going to be in the I guess I could have just hit this. Yeah. One of them is going to be in October 12th, and that's going to be in Plainfield, Indiana. Then I'm got another one that's the America's Championship, and then we're going to be live streaming the USPC Showdown November 23rd and 24th in Thomasville, North Carolina. Where it's going to be is kind of irrelevant to you unless you would like to go compete in it, because you're going to be watching it same place, Garage Gym Life YouTube channel. All right. But if you would like to compete in the USPC, or at least check them out, find out more about them, go ahead and go to uspc.pl. I've got the link right here somewhere. Yeah, go to uspc.pl and you'll be able to check out their federation rules, just everything, find out their calendar, find out their schedule, see if there's a meet that's near you. As I said, I've been to meets of theirs before. I think I've been to 3 meets. We've live streamed, I believe, 3 meets of theirs. And from what I could tell, the judging was very fair. It was consistent and fair. And that's all you can ask, that it be consistent. You know, don't say something's against the rules 1 minute and it's cool the next. So that's all you can ask for, is consistent judging. And so you go to uspc.pl and check it out. And I'm also going to have Johnny Lane, who happens to have a home gym himself, but Johnny Lane is the USPC president. He's going to be coming on in June, and we'll be talking about the federation a little bit more. So keep an eye out for that. But like I said, I'll have the link to go check them out in the description for the video. All right, let's check out your comments to what I've said so far. So Carp's Gym said about the Abmat, he said the bench wedge, said it reminds him of a larger version of the chest up pad. Yeah. And if you guys don't know what that is, it's basically a pad so that it makes it more comfortable for women to do things like incline dumbbell rows and things like that. If you're using a normal utility bench, I think it. So I guess basically it would stop you from having to buy like a seal row pad. If you already had a bench, you can just convert it over into, to make it more comfortable. But yeah, it's kind of like that. The configuration is a little bit different, but yeah, I can see where you say that. And Matthew Porter says it will depend on price. Oh, 100%. Nobody wants to go spending their money on, stuff you can't even afford. And to be honest with you, sometimes for me, even if I can afford something, if I think it's too expensive, I'm still not going to buy it, because just because I have it doesn't mean I need to spend money on it. You know what I mean? Because if I spend money on this widget or that thing, then that's less money I have available. Excuse me. That's less money I have available for something like for something else. So I try to be mindful about how I spend my money, because I can't ride around in a limo like some of y'all, like Carlos. Carlos rides in a limo to work. I don't know if y'all knew that. Okay, the car shows him, and he will go off. He will go off if the limo driver is late. I mean, I told him, I said, you can't treat your workers like that, Carlos. He told me to be quiet, so I said, okay. Eric says, I thought the same thing, Carp. He said the Velcros around the bench is just the same. Yeah, yeah. And I'm curious about how strong that Velcro is. Like you start moving around, is it going to slide up and down? It should be fine. I mean, Abmat makes good products, but I'm just curious about it. And Eric said he guesses the early pricing will be something around $75 to $99, which is definitely less than a quality adjustable bench. So that, like I said, if you guys want to check it out, definitely go to abmat.com and sign up for their newsletter, because then you'll be able to, you're not just gonna find out about that. They'll send you a newsletter. I want to say it's once a week. Typically you get an email once a week, and it'll tell you just what's going on with their company. Yes, you could wait for an announcement on Instagram, but the problem with Instagram, and I just be honest, this is a side tangent, but the more I'm just like jaded about Instagram more and more. It just, to me, it seems like it's I don't want to say it's a waste of time, but I just don't feel like we get the return on our investment for our time. You go on, and I'm not talking about just from a financial standpoint. I mean, like, you go on, you follow somebody, and then you want to see their stuff, but half the time Instagram suppresses their stuff, because somebody could have 200,000 followers and Instagram could still be suppressing their stuff so that their followers don't get to see it. So that's kind of, that can be frustrating. But it is what it is. All right. So those are the first two things. Drop a comment if you have any thoughts about the in the live chat. If you're watching now, if you're watching replay, let me know what you guys thinking about me starting to live stream events again. We didn't really live stream a whole lot last year, just because, we did stuff for charity, because I get it that promoters don't always have the money to afford what I cost, but the reality is, I've got to replace all of my camera tripods, for example. I have equipment costs. I've had a camera fall and break, so I got to replace that camera. That's about if I got a used one, it's going to be another $1,000 just for the camera, so, I have expenses, and then I'm traveling to these events. So, I gotta, that's wear and tear on my car. That's the fuel cost to get there. I gotta eat. And believe it or not, the IRS will not let me write it off if I have somebody else with me to help me and I pay for their food, I can't write it off. So yeah. Anyway, but I'm glad we were able to partner with the USPC. I think they're a quality organization. I think that you guys will enjoy lifting under them. And regardless, even if you don't want to compete with them, I ask you guys to come check out the live streams and just, enjoy it. It'll be a good time. All right. So let's move on to the next thing. So I mentioned to you guys that Boflex was going through bankruptcy. And they have apparently resolved their problems. So they have been sold to a company called Johnson Health Tech. And Johnson Health Tech makes, they are the parent company for another company you probably never heard of called Matrix Fitness. So Matrix Fitness, they provide, their big claim to fame is that they do they do a lot of stuff for public gyms, right? So they've got stuff, they got treadmills, bikes, ellipticals, climb mills, rowers, and you guys can see here at the bottom of the screen, they've got a Crunch Fitness, the Clemson Tigers, UG. They provide treadmills for UGA, University of Wisconsin, Planet Fitness, the New Orleans Saints. So they got a lot of commercial clients, and then they've also got some stuff that's for home use. They've got an adjustable bench and a functional trainer, and I actually wanted to show you guys that. Just idle curiosity, because I saw it. I was like, huh, okay. So this is their strength stuff. So let's check this out here. This is what they have for home use. I just always find it interesting what companies think will work for home use. So this is their multi-adjustable bench right here. Okay, yeah, that's all right. And then they've got the bundle for like $9,000. So this bench is like $599, and then they've got a functional trainer and a treadmill. So if you get all of that together, it'd be like about $9,000 or whatever. But sure, stands up. That's good. I don't know too much about that surface right there. That doesn't look sturdy. Doesn't look good enough for me. But maybe I'm just a home gym snob like most of y'all. That doesn't sound like something I would want to spend my money on. I'd much rather get like an AB 5200 2.0 or something or the Crandall Fitness bench. But yeah, I'm not into that. Let's check out the functional trainer. All right, so let's see. This is their FTR 30. That sounds exotic. That sounds like something from a sci-fi movie. So that's their functional trainer, $31.99. It says it lets you take on explosive athletic movements. Okay. All right. Apparently you can get an add-on handle package. What's that? Oh wow. So then that jumps it up to $34.48 if you get all the handles. So if you have no add-ons, it's $31.99. But if you get a tricep rope pull down, a lat bar, a straight bar, a little short straight bar, and then the angled attachment for pull downs, and then the little strap for hamstring work, that takes it from $31.99 to $34.48. Those are some very expensive attachments, and once again, I'm just not feeling that. Okay, there's no way I'm spending that much money on attachments that look like if they're worth it, but those just looks like generic attachments to me. So yeah, in the words of a famous person, not the kid. But anyway, so they bought Boflex, and so the good news for them is now that adds dumbbells, because Boflex has a Select Tech, so that gives them dumbbells for their resistance training equipment line. So now you can use Boflex dumbbells with that bench before you move on to the functional trainer. And for you, the consumer, this matters, because if you happen to have Boflex equipment, it's going to be a lot easier for you to get support if the brand's not going through bankruptcy. Okay, I know there's a little bit of whatever. So that Tattoo Saying said that sounds like a whole lot of cardio to me. I know you are against cardio, Matt. I know you are. Okay, I got an idea. Buy the treadmill and put it on your shoulders and carry it around the yard. Okay. Now you're using a treadmill and you're getting strength work in. So there, I'm willing to meet you halfway. Okay. So there you go. That's what I'm going to do for you. I met you halfway. Anyway, the deal's supposed to close around April 22nd. And like I said, you're going to get customer support if you have an issue with one of the Select Tech dumbbells or something like that. And normally you won't get that if the company is in financial, like if they're in bankruptcy. Like I think Tough Stuff was the one that Freedom Fitness Equipment was talking about. He was trying to reach out to them to get some support, and they weren't able. Nobody was willing to answer the phone or do anything for him. So yeah, that's not cool. Anyway, let me know in the comments what you guys think of Boflex being finally sold. And, also, do you even have Boflex Select Tech dumbbells, or has everybody jumped ship to the Newell bells now? Or even Rep Fitness has their adjustable dumbbells. Also, you guys can still donate to support Hope Kids. It's a great organization. They do great stuff for kids who are battling life-threatening injuries and their families. I got the link in the description. Please, I want to continue to support them. I mean, look, if all you can give them is $1, give them $1. But that link is in the description. I'm gonna see if I can have either Josh Rogers or Bridget Ashheim from Hope Kids on to just so they can tell you guys themselves what Hope Kids does. But like I said, it's a worthy cause. Link to donates in the video description. So go ahead and support them if you can. I mean, if you were in that situation, you would want somebody to help you out. So please go ahead and help them out. And if you're in that situation and you need help, contact Hope Kids because they're there for you. All right, now it's time for Tales from My Inbox. You ought to be excited. All right. Why should you be excited? Because I found out what Jessica wants me to review. So remember last week when if you're watching, I said that somebody named Jessica reached out to me and asked me to review a product, said she wanted to partner with me, but then she didn't tell me what the product was. And I'm not gonna Google Jessica. Like just Google Jessica. I can't imagine what that would have pulled up if I Googled Jessica, but I didn't. So there's that. And then yeah, somebody who's adventurous, go on the dark web and Google the word Jessica and just see what happens. But don't blame me if you get hacked and your computer crashes. In any case, she emailed me back and I found out what she wants. It took me 3 tries back and forth. Hey, Jessica, what is it that you want me to review? Well, yeah, we want to partner with you. We're very excited. Great. What do you want me to review? What is the name of the product? It was like pulling teeth. And she finally told me what it was, and I'll tell you in a second. But first, I want to read Matt Welch's comment because it's so important to me. So he said, it's a cardio gym equipment group jumping on home gym owners by looking at the bench and the price tag. That's what I thought about it too, man. It's like what's the deal? It's kind of like what happened during lockdown when all these companies just like, oh, wait, you got people buying home gym equipment. Let's sell it to them. Let's sell them this piece of hot garbage. You know, they won't care. They're desperate. And to be honest with you, a lot of people were desperate. You know, people who were in public gyms. And then imagine if you are in a public gym and especially if you're getting ready for competition. And then the next week you find out the gym is closed. Now you're scrambling. Well, first you say, well, what do I do? Right. And then somebody gives you the idea to look up home gym equipment. Well, by that time, everything's been bought up. So now you go on Amazon because people go on Amazon for everything. And you find out they've got, hey, look, I can get that bench. I can get this thing. And that's how all these little fly-by-night companies popped up. Carp wants to know what Jessica is. Yeah, so, all right, for those who don't know what the deal is with Jessica, last week, Jessica said, do y'all want me to, all right, put in the comments, do you want me to read the original email I got from Jessica? Do you want me to read that again? If you do, let me know in the comments, and I will. I had no plans on doing that, but if you want, I will read the original letter from Jessica. Let me pull it up here in case y'all do want to hear the original email. But basically, somebody named Jessica, literally, that's all it said in the email, emailed me, said she had seen my YouTube channel, loved my style, and wanted to work with me, but then didn't tell me what she wanted, like what she specifically wanted me to do. She was like, yeah, I want a long-term partner for the brand promotion, but she never said what she wanted me to work on. I asked my wife. So then I asked you guys last week, I said, well, give me your best guess about what Jessica could possibly want. And the number one answer was hair care products. So there's that. All right. It said Jessica wants me to do hair care products. That didn't happen. But anyway, I actually found out what Jessica wanted me to review. And I don't see anybody saying yes, they want to hear the original email. So guess what? We're not going to read it because I don't have time for that. I got an important guest waiting for me. So we got to jump into the next thing. First, shout out to the Central Time Zone. Coach Carp represented y'all well. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up, Central Time Zone. Here we go. Wake up. Get up out of that bed. Get up and start doing things that are important to you. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and I will show you guys what it was that Jessica wanted me to review, and then I'm going to go on with Dennis and have him, I'll have Dennis, who's my guy from Home Gym Tech Support. He and I will react to it together. That's going to be fun. All right, here we go, Dennis. Hope you're paying attention. This is what Jessica wanted me to review. Yeah. There's no sound in case y'all are wondering, because there just isn't. Anyway, it's the Opsicore. I don't even know how to pronounce it. It's the Opsicore. It's called the 600-pound. What is this thing called? It's the Opsicore 6-in-1. That's right, 6-in-1. And it's supposed to have a 600-pound weight capacity. Okay, that thing right there. It looks, when I look at that, it looks like the bench that Craig was using in Friday on his front porch. All right. Dude, he looks like somebody from the cast of what's the one I'm on the beach? Jersey Shore. Yeah, he looks like somebody from the cast of Jersey Shore. Look at this piece of hot garbage right here. Look at that. He's smiling. Oh, happy and then when you're done, you can just unlock the pins for easy storage, and it'll fit in your trash can outside a whole lot easier. So there you go. Get this junk out of my thing. Get out of here. Instead, we got more important things to talk about, because I've got, that's right, my man, Dennis Solis.
Morning all. What's up? How's it going?
So Dennis, I'm gonna do you a solid.
Yes, sir.
But first, I'm gonna make fun of you. Okay? I'm gonna make fun of you, but I'm gonna do you a solid. So let's do the big screen first. Okay. Does anybody? Okay, no, I can't do big screen. There we go. Does anybody see what Dennis's headline says that he does? Does your wife know about your?
Goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, let's fix that.
Oh no, I got you. I fixed it for you.
Okay.
Oh, that was legendary. I like, you may want to
You know what? I have a crazy story.
Hey, let's hear it. All right, bam, hold on. Bam. There we go.
So this company, Fitness Superstore, emailed me, and they were asking me to install a French Fitness wall-mounted system. A great-looking system. It works really well. It's a weight capacity is like 600 pounds. But during the correspondence, I was asking the person on the other side of the email, like, hey, how do we get paid? What are your terms?
That seems important.
After I reviewed the email, instead of put P, instead of getting paid, I used the L. I said, how are we going to get? Yes.
Dennis, this seems like a trend with you.
I'm just thinking about that. Like, it was just embarrassing. It's so embarrassing.
So embarrassing. Here's the first question. That's it. So Carlos wants to know, Dennis, might you be for the streets?
Oh my goodness.
Are you for the streets, Dennis? Okay, so the once is an accident. Twice is a coincidence. If I see this 3 times, that's a pattern. Okay. I'm not saying.
We're back up here.
I ain't trying to say, but I'm just saying.
That's so embarrassing. I was like, oh my goodness. Okay.
Look, all right. So let's bring it back. Eric Carpenter, Coach Carp has got your back. He said, I saw his install video. He did a good job. Yes, he did. Oh. That's actually one of the reasons why I immediately so Dennis did a review of the M1 Smith machine for us from RitFit, It's here on the channel. You guys check that out. And that's it right behind him. But he also has an assembly video on his website, on his YouTube channel. So if you guys have questions about how to put the thing together, let's say you get it, he's got the assembly video on there. So Carp is giving you his seal of approval. So he checked it out. So you did a good job. That being said,
Thanks.
Matt Welch from England said he doesn't see a Garage Gym Life banner anywhere in your home. He's not sure if he can trust you because you don't have that. So, you know, Matt's a snob because he's been supporting us for a long time. So he's got a banner over there in the Iron Cabin, his back garden, his shed gym in England. And that's right, we worldwide. I don't know if you knew that. We worldwide.
Yeah, definitely. I would love a flag for sure. I'll pay for it. I'll give you the money.
I don't sell flags. We have banners, okay? High quality banners.
Okay.
But yes, I'll get you. We'll get you a banner hooked up. Yeah.
Pay for
Yeah.
it.
But we are worldwide. We're locally accepted, internationally known, locally accepted. Then let's see here. Carlos, who also has a banner, say it's all love, brother. All right. But then he turned to him and said, however, join the club. You need to get you a banner. You need to get your life together. Get you a banner. All right.
Yep.
Let's talk about, since we brought up, you know, the reviews and stuff like that. And you brought up the wall-mounted pulley system. How did the installation of the pulley system go? Not like I know what you think of it, but how did the installation go in general? Because you did that for someone else. So how'd that go?
Yeah, so that company contacted me, Fitness Superstore, and you could see off to my right, that's the crating it came in. I mean, I had to break it down. The assembly itself was very straightforward. The PDF material that they sent over for installation process was easy to follow. And they provided the wood studs, well, the stringers, they're going to be called stringers. So they provided the stringers and they were painted black, just like the rest of the machine. So that was a pretty cool aspect of their machine. I liked it a lot. Finding the studs was really easy.
You have an assembly video of that one coming? Showing the assembly process. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
The client they were having like a party or something. They were going.
Oh. Whoa. Oh, I thought you meant they were having a party while you were doing the install. So now in my head, this is a dangerous place to be. In my head, there's a mariachi band playing. And you got a payaso there. You got the piñata while you are doing the installation, which I think would be the most epic event ever if that actually happened. Can you imagine having a mariachi band playing while you're installing home gym equipment? I feel like that's what's missing from your life right now.
That would be pretty good, you know. Just some good music, some good food. I'm always down for that.
I mean, I think have like the piñata and use the piñata. They should have a piñata at Home Gym Con.
Well,
I'm just full of ideas today. But anyway, go ahead. So you said that the guy they were having. So basically, was he like in a hurry or something like that?
No, he's like, take your time. We're gonna be here. I mean,
so then what's the party got to do with you not being able to install do the assembly thing?
Yeah, so it was a Sunday, but it was right after UFC 300, and I bought UFC 300. I was watching it on Saturday, but this client had like a after party or a rewatch or something with his guys. Some of the guys were there and they were just watching the fight and cheering, and I already knew what was gonna happen, but I just didn't spoil it for them. Just like, oh, that seems pretty cool. And they would ask me, people, who do you got? Who do you got? And I said, I don't know. It looks, pretty close. But I mean, UFC 300 was really, really cool. I like it. It's pretty cool.
The what was his name? Kylie, I forgot his name. I can't believe I forgot his name. But he's the lightweight that won UFC.
The BMF.
Everybody, huh?
The BMF.
Yeah. Like everybody had written him off because I want to say Tony Ferguson, but it's not Tony Ferguson. It's the guy that looks just like Tony Ferguson, but he's lighter.
Oh.
Yeah, he looks to me like Tony. He looks like Tony Ferguson, man, but it's not him. Now you're gonna make me look it up.
Okay.
Who's who has the BMF? Who's won the BMF title? Max Holloway. Yeah, Max Holloway. You tell me that Max Holloway doesn't kind of look like Tony Ferguson, but like is his younger brother.
Yeah, kind of. They kind of have like that,
Yeah,
like sinewy kind of like
cauliflower
tough,
ears. Yeah,
yeah, like tough guy, like
yeah.
wiry.
I'm happy about him winning that because anytime somebody's been written off, people say it's over and then they come back. I really like that. So let's see. First of all, Matt says home gym snobs all under one banner. You dang right. We got the best gym in town and we know it. That's right. And then he said you should have a power rack reveal party. There you go.
Ooh.
You know, like so you know, like the people have like their gender reveal parties. They have like they'll play like the balloon pops or whatever. They all like balloons in the different colors and pink smoke if it's a girl or whatever. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas out there. You do whatever you can. All right. But what was there anything that was like difficult about the install? Anything hard at all? Or was it smooth sailing?
When the machine arrived, it was arrived completely assembled. So as if, you know, all the glide rods were in, all the weights were in the glide rods. The glide rods were within the frame, and the frame had like this nice, beautiful cover on it. It was a lot of work getting everything out of the crate and into the van. So disassembly, right off the bat, disassembly was a little difficult. The crate that they used, like it cut my hand. Like on the first pull, I was like, cut. It was pretty
Workman's comp. I know you work for yourself, but figure it out, Dennis. I can't do everything for you.
And then I had to repackage everything into 5 little weights, you know, with some shrink wrap, put it all back into the van. Once I got there, taking everything out, but it was fine. The studs were, you know, really easy to find. I have my own little special technique. When customers see me, they're really questioning, like, did I just hire this like loser guy? Like he's using magnets to find a stud. Like what is he doing?
Oh, well, no, I've actually heard of that, but go ahead and break down why. It's because the magnet finds the nails, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so go ahead, break it down. How can you use a magnet?
Yeah, clients will ask me, why are you using a magnet and like a straight line? Well, I said, well, during construction, when we were putting up drywall, we put the top drywall first, that sheet first. We put it up against the ceiling right here. I'm going to point to this corner here. You put it up to the ceiling, and then with your nail gun or whatever you're using, you find the stud and you secure the drywall or gypsum wall, whatever, into the stud. And that's how the drywall is secured to the walls here. And so when that nail is magnetic, so I use magnets and find the head of the nail. And eventually, if you use like 6 magnets, they're gonna find a line, and that's your stud. You hit it every time. Every time you'll hit it. So what I do is use 6 magnets to find one stud, line them up. I get a straight line, like a 4-inch straight line ruler, put it up against the magnets.
4 inch or 4 foot?
4 foot. For me, it's easier.
You said a 4-inch ruler?
No, a 4 foot ruler.
Okay.
A 4 foot ruler. And then just line it up next to the magnets, draw your line. That is your stud. You'll hit it every time, no matter what.
As you guys can see from that answer right there, Dennis installs home gym equipment for a living. And so if you have any questions about that or about putting stuff together, anything like that, even if you're watching on replay, go ahead, drop a comment, or you can drop comments in the live chat. Either way, and that way we can go ahead and we'll get Dennis to answer those questions for you. But you definitely, that way we can. I don't want me to be the only one asking questions. If you guys have something that I am not reading that comment, Matt. I'm just not.
I'm gonna read it. Listen.
Do you see it? I am not reading that. Remember, their parents taking their kids. So you just got to click on the comments thing in the Should be on the right-hand side of your screen. But yeah, I am not. See where it says private chat? It should be next to private chat. There's comments in the private chat. Anyway, I'm not reading that out loud. We got parents taking their kids to school, but yeah, I'm not. I'm just not. Don't you say it. Not a word, Dennis. All right. So in any case, Kurt says, I don't get it. There you go. Yeah, okay, I'm leaving that alone too.
Okay.
We're veered off topic in the live chat. That always happens. I was waiting to see when it would happen. Bam, we've arrived. All right, let's bring it back on course. Was there anything that you didn't like about the install or about the machine itself?
I'm finding myself hard pressed to dislike anything about it because I will create a video because they took tons and tons of pictures. They used aluminum flywheels, and I'm kind of a scrappy dude. Like whatever works. So with RipFit and different companies, the pulley system, it has a very gritty feel compared to the aluminum flywheels. When you use aluminum flywheels, man, they're so smooth. All the motion that you like, let's say tricep extensions, there's no extra tension in your shoulder and your shoulder blade when you're using something like so smooth like that. That was really cool. I really enjoyed the flywheel aspect. A dislike though, I didn't like how flimsy the cover was. So you put everything up, the frame is thick, 14, 16 gauge steel, super heavy. But they had this really flimsy cover I didn't really appreciate. And with the slightest nick, or if you're putting something, it's stored in somewhere, it's going to get scratched. The paint's going to peel off, and you're going to see the stainless steel behind the paint very easily. That was the only negative aspect I can think of.
Let me see something. I might be able to show this here. Let's go ahead and let's show that right there.
Yeah.
Boom. All right. So this is that gadget. So this is the wall-mounted device there. What's all that?
That was the packaging it came in. And then you can see it off to my right here.
Yeah. There's a lot of that. All right. Oh, it looks like somebody sent me messages. I'll check those later. People sliding in my DMs.
Yeah, that
looks good. So you said that you don't like the cover. Are you talking about this part right here?
Correct, exactly.
And he says kind of flimsy. Okay. Nice.
Okay. But yeah, you can see the stringers behind, without that cover there. The stringers were painted black by the company, which I thought was very thoughtful. Hey, that looks.
So it actually matches. Yeah, it looks like it's part of the. It actually, if you hadn't told me that was wood, I would have thought that was just part of the machine. So that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. If you guys want to check that out, you can go to what's your Instagram is Home Fitness Works.
Yes.
At Home Fitness Works on Instagram. Check that out, and you guys can see pretty much the still shots from all of the stuff that all the Dennis's installs. And what you were saying about aluminum flywheels, I actually had a guy reach out to me about that machine, the one that made me mad, the Eon Fit Omni, the one that I FaceTimed you about. Yeah. I literally FaceTimed him because we were trying to figure out how to get this machine. The instructions are horrible. I can't say it enough. And so I FaceTimed Dennis to ask him a question about what he thought about running the cable for the pulley. And so anyway, the video's up now. If you guys want to watch this on the YouTube channel, it's actually a decent machine. We enjoy using it. But a guy reached out to me, wanted to know what size the pulleys were because he's going to replace. He ordered it. He says, I'm going to replace all of the pulleys with aluminum flywheels. So I went ahead and I had to measure all. I went downstairs, I measured all those, and then I answered them. So yeah, I can see how that would actually make a huge difference in terms of just keeping it smooth, especially with something, I don't know how much. Do you happen to know how much aluminum flywheels are? Anybody in the chat, if you know how much aluminum flywheels might be, let me know. Because I've never actually purchased any. I bought a lot of stuff to just customize, but I've never purchased aluminum flywheels. So if somebody knows, put it in the comments or put it in the chat, and then we'll go ahead and we'll get that out there for y'all. However, that being said, let's talk about that RitFit M1 that you did. So you did the review, as I said, of the RitFit M1 Smith machine for this channel, did the assembly video for your channel for the same machine. And as I said, there's not a lot of step-by-step instructions, man. Most of those small companies, they don't spend money on good step-by-step assembly videos. So I really like the fact that you've got videos like that on your channel. Obviously, you can't have every single machine on there, but you got like a Marcy, you got a couple Marcy assembly videos. You've got the RitFit one now, and it's going to continue to grow. But as far as the RitFit M1, what were some things that surprised you when you were putting that together during the assembly process?
I was thinking about this yesterday, and I wanted to bring up the gauge quality, or the gauge of the steel.
Yeah.
And the number of protective plates that were included. So this is a light commercial grade piece of equipment, and it comes with these plates that are supposed to be used during the insertion of like a carriage bolt or something. And in the past, Marcy, they included 2 plates, one on either side, so that way there wouldn't be any crushing of the tubing. And
so you wouldn't dimple it like when you, because I know sometimes that's like 14 gauge steel. So sometimes when you have 14 gauge steel and you're bolting it together, if you go too far, you actually dimple the steel. You start seeing dents. If it's not 11 gauge steel, that won't happen. But like a 14, definitely a 16, you'll see the dimple. So you said those plates will prevent that. It's like reinforcement.
Yeah, exactly. And with RitFit, the M1, they only provided one side for that to happen, and even no plates in certain places where I think they would have benefited from including those plates. So that was one negative aspect, or one aspect that surprised me about the RitFit M1. And I'm gonna look behind me, but and the cabling I enjoy. It's the same, throughout the industry, same thickness, same type of like I forgot what it's called, but there's like a physical, there's a way the wire is bounded together, and it's made for tensile strength. But everything that I really enjoy this. It's worked for me. My legs have grown significantly, like since I've had it. I put on so much like size on my legs and my hamstrings.
You stop busting out those jorts.
Yeah, I mean, I
bust
love
out
it.
of your. See, that shows that he didn't hear what I said. So, do you know what jorts are?
Jort? Oh yeah, jean shorts.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you busting out your jorts, huh?
Oh man, and
everybody that does like the Massonomics guys are big on the jorts thing. They always talking about jorts.
Yeah, I love those guys. Yeah.
So, one of the things that you brought up during that assembly, during the assembly video, is you talked about, okay, so anytime you buy anything that has to be assembled, the company's probably going to send you something, some little gadget that they got from the lowest bidder to help you, some tool to help you put it together, right? It will do the job, but it will also probably frustrate the crap out of you, because if it's an Allen wrench, it's like the lowest quality Allen wrench they could find, right? So I don't ever use, well, as much as possible, I try to just use my stuff that I already have. And I noticed that you recommended as a Milwaukee 90-degree tool. What was the exact name of it?
Yeah, the Milwaukee 90-degree ratchet with 3/8 drive. It's a 3/8 drive ratchet. Very very straightforward.
All right. So to build on that, what are your top 5? And if you got more than 5, that's fine. But what are your top recommended tools that home gym owners should have to make setting up their home, their gym a little bit easier? So like, what would be the top tools that you would recommend that everybody have? Like, I think you should have a level. Okay. In if you're going to be putting stuff together, you need to have like a tape measure or something like that. What would be your top tools that you would recommend that everybody have if they're going to be setting up a home gym?
So I would recommend investing in a metric, not so much SAE or Imperial, but the metric size would be fine. So metric socket ranging from 10 millimeter to 19 millimeter. Having that, you'll be set, because most of the bolts that they use are between 10 and 19 mil. I would recommend the 90-degree Milwaukee ratchet with 3/8 drive. Absolutely. Time saver. It's saved me so much time in the past. When I first started doing these jobs and posting on Craigslist or whatever, I would use, John, listen, I would use the equipment that was supplied by the company. So Marcy, I would be.
Hold up. Did you hear how he just told me, hey, pay attention on my own show now? So he's taking over. Look, let me I'm gonna FaceTime you a picture of my fist coming, right? I want you to haze yourself. Haze yourself.
Just I was shocked. Like when my life had completely changed when I decided to use power tools. Only because I needed the money. I needed the money to save up for these power tools. But yeah, those two items. Ruler, of course, like the 4-foot ruler.
See, you said 4-inch again, okay? And now Matt's messing with you. You said socket set, screwdriver, hammer, and a 4-inch ruler. Oh my God. You know what? Actually, I think they sell. Is it a 4-inch? It's either a 4 or 6-inch ruler. They sell like a little ruler, for like little kids in there, like the little toolbox for school. They sell like this little ruler. I'm gonna get one of those and send it to you. That's what you get for that. There you go. Telling me to pay attention on my own show. I am listening, Dennis. I swear. Ashley says something. Also says you have to have a level for the M1. Because the instructions don't mention that the plate horns need to be installed at an angle, or the plates will slide right off. That is not so. That was my beef with the God. What was that thing? It was the Major Fitness. I had the Major Fitness power rack.
Oh yeah,
Raptor F22, and the plates kept flying right off of the back. I got a video somewhere showing I'm benching, and I racked the weight, and the plates like literally flew right off the back. So they actually. Instead of telling you, hey, install this at an angle or making it possible to install the weight horns at an angle, and I tried to adjust it to make them at an angle, and I couldn't. They were still straight across, right? So instead of fixing that, they also sent with the machine clips, those spring collars to put on the weight horn to stop the plates from sliding off. I'm like, okay, seriously? You couldn't just fix the plate horns? Instead, you're like, well, we know these suck, so we're going to send you these spring collars to keep them on there. Like, seriously? I don't like junk like that. So does the M1 come with spring collars to keep the plates from coming off?
Yes, they do. And I just think that's a Band-Aid. You don't like Band-Aids are just, they're good for just a very temporary thing. Right. And so the M1, I experienced the same thing. The weight, I didn't put the weight on. I could literally see that the angle was weird. It was off. It took a second look. I was like, what's going on? So I had to readjust. So take them off and flip them on the other side. So that way the horns were at an angle that could support the weight and not fly off.
Oh, okay. So hold up. So if you just switch them from one side to the other, then they'll be at an angle. All right, so Ashley, that's a solution you can give a shot. You can give a try if you still have the machine to see if that will fix the issue. I mean, that's just annoying, though. That is seriously annoying. Like, I mean, for me, because to me, it's and keep in mind, I don't make weight equipment, okay? But to me, that's such a simple fix that also keeps the needs of the customer in mind. So, yeah, all right. So I set a level, you set a socket set. Matt wants a screwdriver and a hammer and a ruler of some sort. I say tape measure, okay? I've also got a 6-foot folding rule, but what else do you recommend as far as tools for home gym owners?
And like a moving blanket or something, so that way when you're building something, you could take it out of the box, the manufacturer's box, put it on the moving blanket so that way it's nice and protected. And also you kind of organize yourself a little bit better when you're doing that, and you don't get to fall and trip over yourself when you're building a rack like this. Like you could easily fall, like take a step backwards and hit this Smith machine bar and take a slip. Like you don't want to be doing that. So having a blanket and organized space to do that will help you and your safety and save your ankles and stuff. So
Nice. Okay, so a moving blanket. All right. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Carp, I know you did something. You did a review and it was on Instagram, and I saw it may have been a level. It may have been a level that you had on your Instagram. I don't remember what it was, but you had like a tool that you were talking about. So if you know what I'm talking about, just list the, like your recommended tools in the comments, and I'll go ahead and I'll put it up there.
Okay, well, here's one thing I wanted to ask.
Well, hold on. Carlos said the magnet is a must, and he said that's a smart idea. He said just because smart ideas. That's a good one right there. What were you gonna say, Dennis?
I wanted to add, if we're adding or including tools, something that would be pretty interesting would be, and especially since we're talking about level stuff, is like these little feet that have like a thread on them. If you could find those and have like insert them or place them in like a rip fit cage machine, you could use like a threader, simple threader on your impact, make the threads at the bottom of the feet and insert those adjustable legs with the rubber feet at the bottom.
To level it out.
Yeah, that could really work. That could really help. If you have the time and you have the tools to do that, and the skill to do that, that's the route I would go, instead of putting like a piece of cardboard under your squat rack or something, trying to make it level. I'm curious to know, like, what do people do to make their rack level? Like, what is it that you're doing? You know it's not level. What are you doing to correct it?
So, and that's actually something I would love to hear from people in the chat, in the comments. But the number one thing that I've heard people do is they'll build a platform.
Okay.
And they bolt the rack to the platform.
Oh.
So then they level the platform, and then they bolt the rack to the platform. So, I mean, they probably still have to shim the platform.
Yeah.
But they make a platform, then they bolt the rack to the platform. Okay. Look who just showed up. The army has arrived. Well, actually, no, that's not true. Because Ashley was in the army and she was already here. So never mind. You are excused. You excused for your lateness. All right. He said, my dude Dennis always dropping sage advice. That's right. Yeah, I think that's the number one thing. Like you build a platform, you level the platform, and then you bolt to the platform. Yeah, there we go. I knew I remember it. So it was snap ring pliers for barbells, because when you're doing your barbell maintenance, you got to take like higher quality barbells have snap rings, and you can use the Knipex snap ring pliers specifically. You can use those to take the snap rings off. So there you go. Is that your smoke alarm? Are you about to die? It'd be good for ratings, bad for my emotions. I don't want to watch you die, man.
No.
Is that your treadmill going off? What's going on over there?
No, that's the that's like the Verizon, I don't know what that is.
You don't know what that is. So that could be the smoke detector.
I don't own this place. I rent it, and they have this thing.
What do you mean you don't own this place? Are you in your own house?
Yes, I'm in my garage.
Okay, so you didn't break in somebody's house and live stream it from somebody else's house? He's like, I gotta be quiet. I don't want to wake anybody up. Oh God, we're completely off rails. We've completely deviated from all the questions I plan on asking. All right,
but this thing is always going on.
Okay. Yeah. So anyway, the knife, there's snap ring pliers, and he was using it to take apart something, and that just jumped out to me because, I keep an eye out for stuff like that. So yeah, snap ring pliers. I think I'm gonna put out a request for you to do, and you can do it on your YouTube channel, okay? And let's pop that up right there. Subscribe to my man Dennis. Subscribe to Home Gym Tech Support. We're trying to get Dennis up to 1,000 subscribers, okay? So if you're watching this, go to Home Gym Tech Support on YouTube. I've got the link in the description for this video. whether you're watching on LinkedIn or you're watching on Facebook, go to Home Gym Tech Support on YouTube and subscribe. I don't care if you have to create a YouTube channel so you can subscribe. Do it. Subscribe to Dennis. We're trying to get him to 1,000 subscribers. But anyway,
Thank you.
I would like it if you could do a video where you just open up your tool bag and just list all of the tools you say, oh, that's a lot. I don't mean like your dang random tool bag. Oh, this is that electrical tape I had that time. I don't want to hear about that. All right, I'm talking about the tools that you use when you're doing installs. And you just take it out and say, okay, I have this, I have this, I have this. And like, hey, I have this. This is why I have it. I have this. This is why I have it. So you pull out your 6 magnets. This is why I have it. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. All right, so we got some comments here.
Because right now my computer's propped on my 4 Milwaukee pack out. So I mean I could do that. that's a lot.
For real. Like go ahead, pack it up, like unpack it and just say these are the things I have in there. Like I said, not anything that's not related to home gym stuff. Okay. Yeah, you can whatever. Like this is the thing I used to check my tire pressure. That's fine. I'm glad you have it, but you don't need to show us that. We got some questions. At least okay. First of all, this is a butterfly-free zone. Okay. Okay, Carlos, butterfly-free zone. Does anyone in the live chat know why Jake Jaworski is texting me right now when he knows that I'm actually on? Look, all right. I'm actually gonna read this text. Okay. Oh, I know you're busy right now. He texts me.
Right off the
Jake
bat.
from Home Gym Con. I know you're busy right now. And then he asked me, okay, Jake, yes, I'll do it. Yeah, I'm good with that. I'll do it. Do you want me to announce what you just asked me? So if you do, just you can just say yes or whatever in the chat or whatever. And yes, I will. Yeah, I'm having. All right. That's hilarious. I know you're busy right now, but can you stop and read my text message? He's so arrogant. Anyway, and Andrew says, I should know this. Dennis, are you going to Home Gym Con? So I'll let you answer that.
Unfortunately, no, I won't be going this year. Plans are for next year, and there's big plans, big plans for next year.
Big.
This year.
Big plans.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. You've got a new subscriber. That's always good news. Carlos is on a subscribing mission. All right. He is subscribed to everybody I've had on today, which is 2 people. But still, he is subscribed to everybody I've had on the YouTube channel. That's my guy, Carlos, right there. Okay. That makes up for you being late the other day, last week, Carlos. You know what? I'm going to stop bringing it. Well, I'm only going to bring it up one more time. And it won't be today. And then let's see. So Jake said, go for it. All right. So what Jake was asking me is, and I'll do it. So basically, I'm going to be delivering the top competition supporter award at the Home Gym Con dinner on Friday night at Home Gym Con. So I will be presenting the award for the top competition supporter at Home Gym Con. And it feels like that's Jake's way of saying I didn't win, because it would be weird if I gave it to myself. So, yeah. Can you imagine me up there? Oh, I mean, I can do it now.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on. Let's see. How would I do that? Okay. I would hereby like to thank me because I made this possible. In appreciation for all of my hard work and support. Me, myself, and I would like to thank me. I would like to thank me for all that I've done for us. Yeah.
Standing ovation.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
This is perfect. Great.
I've got my vote. All right. So let's see here. I tell you, we are way off the rails. Oh, I forgot to mention, I was so excited to get Dennis on. In the excitement, I did not mention this, but I did tell Jessica, no, I will not be partnering with her on that bench that I showed y'all. Okay. So yeah, we can go ahead and we get rid of that. Yeah, bye. That's the last time. She did email back though. Yeah, so if not that, what else? What of our other products? Nothing. I don't want to. No, go bother somebody else.
And towards the end, I like how you mentioned where you could fold it up and put it right into your garbage.
Yeah, it'll fit right. It should fit right in the trash can because you fold. It's nice and compact. I mean, it's very convenient. They thought of everything.
Man, that was brutal.
Matt, there you go. Me, accept this week. That's right. I won. I'm ace. Happy. Congratulations to me. That's what I'm gonna do if I win. Congratulations to me.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a round of applause from Carlos. Carlos, that means the world. That means the world to me. Appreciate that. Thank you. So Dennis, what do you have coming up next as far as installs? I mean, I know that your next item on your list is going to be putting together the video I just asked you to make showing your tool bag, but did you have anything else that's coming up or anything else like that? And in fact, if you want people to if people want to work with you, or are you available if people just have questions, so give them that information now, how they can reach you and everything else.
Yeah, so the whole idea behind home gym tech support on my YouTube channel is to have a very inclusive, very community driven dialogue, because I realize sometimes we have these questions, we don't know where to go. I'd rather people come to somebody like me. I've been doing this for a couple of years now. I have a lot of experience that could help people out. So that was a whole concept behind home gym tech support. And if you could reach me there, that'd be great. Support me there. That'd be awesome. And that's really what's coming up. I'm really trying to develop that. But throughout the week, I have, right after work, I go do house visits. I'll repair an elliptical, a treadmill. I have a couple of, just from this week alone, a couple of 5-star reviews on Yelp. If you're in the SoCal area, let me know. Text me, reach me on that website on Yelp. I'm always available, and I'll get back to you right away. So if you need me, I'm always here to help. Go
ahead and give him a 5-star review on Yelp, even if you've never used him, because you've heard his advice. You can say that, right? That's accurate, Esau. If you're watching this, you just heard his advice. Go on Yelp and say he's very knowledgeable and he's always got good information for us. There you go. Bam. There you go. Because it's like a review of the website too. Also, you are on LinkedIn, so you guys go ahead and hit up Dennis on LinkedIn, especially if you're a business that wants to work with. Because you said, I think at the beginning you said that Fitness Superstore reached out to you. This person that bought the machine from them, and then you got the contract to install it. Am I right?
Exactly. So the customer, they bought the French Fitness wall-mounted system from Fitness Superstore, and Fitness Superstore's employees, they reached out to me, and I guess, I don't know how they saw me, but I'm just so grateful because I already have another job in the pipeline lined up with them. So it's been a very beneficial relationship. It's only been 2 jobs, but I'm super happy, and I'm glad that the community is growing, the home gym community is growing, garage gym community is growing. I really like to see that.
Okay, so we gotta. I can't let you go because we got more stuff on here. You got time?
Yeah.
All right, we keep on. We're getting more comments. So the first comment is from Coach Carp. He says, "Catch you on the replay. It's time for him to work." Hey, Carp, once again, I appreciate you being here, and we'll see you on the replay.
Yeah, man.
As always. And then Carlos said that remind Yelp that Dennis is for the streets, out there in his jorts with his bigger legs.
Oh my goodness! There's no filter. There's literally no filter. I'm a very silly, super silly guy. Like I'm just a goofball.
All right. So if you are on LinkedIn, we are professional, but we like to have a good time. So if you like your business, hey, I'm open. If you got a fitness related business, you come on here, you see that people are going to be engaging with you, and hit up my guy Dennis on LinkedIn because he is a good fit for your business. Tattooed Sayin, all the way from the UK, says 5-star review, super accurate measuring. Spent 30 minutes measuring a 3-foot gap with a 4-inch ruler. He's super dedicated to perfection.
Dedication is one of my core attributes, I would say. That is hilarious.
Oh boy.
Because I can see myself just like with the 4-inch ruler, just
eight times. Okay. Make your mark. Use the magnet to hold your spot. Okay. All right. We're getting there. We'll get there. I know we'll get there. All right. Well, Dennis, man, I appreciate you coming on. Like I said, I always appreciate you being here. I appreciate you answering questions and stuff. We're going to have you on for more stuff. And I actually have some other stuff potentially for you. So I will I'll shoot you a text, hit you up, and we can we keep this thing going, man. I appreciate everything that you do for the home gym community and for the Garage Gym Life channel. You guys hit him up. Once again, go ahead and follow Dennis. Subscribe to Dennis on YouTube. This is his YouTube channel. Subscribe to Home Gym Tech Support on YouTube. Let's get him to 1,000 subscribers. All right, my man. I appreciate you being here.
All right, take it easy. See ya.
All right, man. Later. Yeah, so yeah, subscribe to Home Gym Tech Support on YouTube, and let's get my guy's channel built up to where it needs to be. All right. One final news item. Rob from Vintage Weights is going to be recording his podcast from Home Gym Con. So if you're going to be there, how that applies to you is I believe you'll be able to watch it live. So he's got, I think that the basic topic is it's a roundtable for home gym or for equipment fabricators, right? So people who make equipment, who own equipment brands, it's a roundtable for them. And so I think it'd be cool to sit in on that. I believe, however, it may be going on at the same time as the strongman competition. So unless you're an amoeba, you can split yourself like an amoeba. You can't be at both things, right? It's not going to be live, but I thought, so Jake said it's not going to be live, but it's going to be posted later. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, like that if you're there, you can sit in and watch live. And I assume, I've not spoken to Rob about it, but I assume that if you have a question, he'll probably take questions from the audience. So if you're listening, if you're watching the roundtable and these guys are talking or whatever, and you want to ask them something, especially if you're thinking about getting into that space, they'll probably take questions from the live audience. So that is a great opportunity if you're going to be at Home Gym Con to go ahead and, hear the experiences, learn from the experiences of people who are fabricators. And even if you don't plan on doing anything like that, it's a good opportunity to find out what goes into making the stuff that you use. And you might end up becoming a fan of a brand and say, oh, you know what? I really like the way that they approach making stuff. And then you may want to buy something from them for your home gym. So if you're going to be there, go ahead and check that out. You can get more details by just going to Vintage Weights PGH on Instagram. He's got all the information there, letting you know who he's interviewing and everything else. And that way you guys can go ahead and check that out. All right, now time for the next segment, and that is home gym channels you've never heard of. So if you're watching this, you like home gym content. If you even know about my channel, you probably like home gym content. You possibly could be here because you were looking for podcasts that are on in the morning, but you probably like home gym content. So as a result, you would like to see more of it. And unfortunately, YouTube does a very bad job of recommending home gym content to people. And so I will do it for you. I'm doing it for YouTube. So YouTube, you owe me some money because I'm doing your job better than you can. All right. So today's channel that you should check out is called Fit Pro Hawaii. And I'll go ahead and I'll pull it up so you guys can check it out here with me. But it's so Fit Pro Hawaii is a channel that's owned by Bill Maeda. And he's also got an Instagram. I mean, he's got, I don't even know how many followers on Instagram. because man, I want to say he may be 1 million, something like that. He's got 151,000 YouTube subscribers, and he's got even more Instagram followers than that. So if you follow him on Instagram, it is worth the subscribe, because what you see on Instagram is he'll show like a clip of his training, and you guys see my man right there. He's looking ridiculous, right? So like he's got YouTube shorts that pretty much match what he has on his Instagram reels. But what I like about the channel is if you go into the videos, he explains the thought process behind the video, the workout videos that you guys see. So you might see him doing like something that looks weird to you, and you're like, well, why is he doing that? Well, then, for example, the external rotation, that one right there, he explains what he's doing. He explains the equipment that he uses to do it, and the guy is legit. Bill's in his mid 50s, and he looks in phenomenal shape right there. He's been a trainer for quite some time now. All the workouts that you see are going to be posted from, well, most of them are posted from in his either his backyard or his front yard. And you'll see him like talking to his neighbors when they're out walking. I can't imagine being in in Bill Maeda's neighborhood. I guess they're used to it now, but he'll be doing like some weird stuff that he'll stop and say, "Hey, Bill," or "Hey, Fred," as they're walking by or something like that. I think that's cool. But yeah, you can definitely check him out. Fit Pro Hawaii is his YouTube channel. And like I said, he'll unpack the reasons behind the exercises that he does. So even if you follow him on Instagram, it's worth it to subscribe to him on YouTube, in my opinion, because it's good content. You're going to learn a lot. And it is, again, it's home gym content. Let's support the home gym content creators here on YouTube. And with 151,000 subscribers, my man has got, he's doing something right. So there you go. Check him out on YouTube today. You don't have to tell him I sent you. He doesn't even know I exist. But just go ahead and subscribe to him today. All right. It is 7:58. So let's go ahead and say good morning and shout out to the Mountain Time Zone. Get up. Jump up out of your daggum bed and get your body pointed in whatever direction serves you the best. Immediately, let's go. Get started. Hit the ground running. You're already behind because the East Coast and the Central Time Zone have been up for hours, okay? And we're already out here getting stuff done. I need you to catch up, okay? We got to get this economy going because it ain't doing what I needed. I just did my taxes, and yeah, we need the economy to be going, all right? So go ahead and get up out your seat. Welcome to the Garage Gym Life YouTube channel. If this is your first time here, this is the Way Too Early for a Friday podcast, and we are on every Friday morning, starting at 6 a.m. Eastern time. For those of you who like to wake up super early, like my guy Krav Diesel House of Pain, my guy John on Instagram, he said he wakes up at 4 o'clock. He's in the gym. So that means he wakes up at like 3:30. He's in his home gym at 4 a.m. to work out, okay? So, yeah, it's time to get up and go. All right. So for those of you who like to wake up super early and get your workout in, this is the perfect thing to listen to while you guys are working out. And now it is time for y'all's favorite segment. That's right. You requested it. You said you want it. And here it is. It's time for the Recliner of Rage. It's the Recliner of Rage.
It's the Recliner of Rage, because he's not happy.
You dang right I'm not happy. The reason I'm not happy, and you guys can feel free to put in the chat what has got you angry today about, but realistically, we're going to start out with me, okay? I'm the one that won the award tentatively. Tentatively, I won the award for most supportive person for the for Home Gym Con. So we're going to start out. This Recliner Rage is brought to you by this J-Hook. All right, so see if you guys can see it. If you're just listening, go ahead and just don't, if you're, first of all, if you're driving and I have anything that's a video, please don't have a wreck trying to see what I'm showing you. Just wait and watch the replay, okay? Or at least pull over, all right? So I don't get, I don't want to be blamed for y'all getting hurting yourselves, all right? So you got, I'm already seeing stuff that people are putting in about not happy. That's right. Add your comments. Tell me what you're not happy about, and I will read them as soon as I finish complaining about this. So, so this J hook is bent, okay? So you can see it. This should be straight across. I don't know if you guys can tell. Can you tell that it's angled down, right? Because it's bent, and it's the only one. I've got 4 J hooks, and this is the only one that's bent. So this is the one that I was using to squat, and this is not good for it to be bent like this because it messes me up on my setup, my squat setup, because it's bent like that. It's tough to get the right height, okay, for the squat. And so either it ends up being too high or too low, okay? And it's kind of like just in between. So I've got 1-inch holes on my power rack. So it's kind of, if I put it up so that it feels like it's high enough, it's going to actually be too high. And if I put it like, okay, well, I'll move it down one, then it's actually too low. So it's just annoying. And then the other side is straight. So I can never really get the J hooks set up correctly. And I was wondering why that was. And then I was tidying up the gym, and I had the J hook on the ground next to another one. And I said, wait a minute, this sucker's bent. And I looked at it, I said, oh yeah, it's bent. It's like, I don't even know how it happened, when it happened, but I know J hooks are not supposed to bend. They're not supposed to bend. And I do not like this. Okay. Even worse than it messing up my squat setup, that's bad enough. It makes it harder on the re-rack, okay? And so I don't like it at all. I'm pretty irritated about it. I'm going to have to order some more J hooks. And of course, you can't just order one. Well, maybe you can order one J cup, but I'm not that guy. So I'm going to have to order another pair of J cups. I'll probably get some sandwich J cups. So now I'm in the market for sandwich J cups, which I didn't think I was going to be buying anytime soon. So yeah, I don't like this at all. I told you guys before, I don't like it when something fails in the specific thing that it's supposed to do. It's a J hook. Like, its entire job is to hold weight. The entire job, the entire purpose of this thing being in existence is to hold the bar safely for me until I don't need it to hold it anymore because I got it. And it couldn't. You had one job. You had one job, and you failed. You failed. Now, I'm not going to throw it like I did the headphones from last week, because then that'll damage other stuff, and I'll be even more unhappy, especially when my wife gets back. But I want to melt this down and turn it into something weird. I don't know. Melt it down and turn it into a trophy or something. I don't know. Get out of here. Let's see here. So Tattoo Saying, let's throw you up here. Tattoo Saying says, I'm not happy because my knees ache and I got heavy deadlifts ager. He said, aging is a con. Well, look, man, what's the alternative? And the alternative is not Peter Pan. The alternative is not being around to deadlift at all. Or not being able to walk, I guess. So suck it up. Suck it up and get to that thing, gym, and deadlift. I need to know, am I trying to suck it up? Carlos said, get the U hooks. What? Let me put this up here. All right. I'm going to say this as gently as I can. What are you talking about? Get the U hooks. Are you talking about those things for the calf raises? Carlos. Come on, Carlos. Come on, Carlos. I had so much goodwill going for you, Carlos, going throughout the so far because of your behavior so far during this show, and then you went and you did that. Come on, Carlos. Come on. My bad. You don't seem like you're sorry for what you've done. Matt says, I didn't say it would stop me deadlifting. if it ain't hurting, it ain't working. That's like the most depressing thing somebody said to me. That's like those old Volvos used to be. They never worked well, but they always worked. Like it wouldn't run smoothly, but it would always start. So I was like, always sounds raggedy, but it always runs. Yeah, there you go. That's horrible. All right, so anyway, shout out to the worship team from Activation Church for helping me out with the theme music from Recliner Rage. These guys were willing to jump in to be my backup singer, so shout out to them. You guys can check them out every Sunday morning live because I run the live stream and on the Activation Church YouTube channel. You guys go ahead and subscribe to that too. We're trying to make that grow as well. It's always an inspiring message. If you guys are looking for a church live stream to check out Activation Church. And like I said, we run the live stream, so it's always top quality. But that was the Recliner of Rage. And the Recliner of Rage is sponsored. So they're no longer sponsoring the dance party. The Recliner of Rage is now sponsored by Freedom Fitness Equipment because they are your number one resource for finding new and used home gym equipment. There's no point in getting mad because you got substandard equipment in your home gym. Instead, my guy Ashton will hook you up with exactly what you need to make your spot the best gym in town for you. You need to hit him up. And this dude is reckless enough to give me his personal phone number to give out. He said, call or text him at 980-216-4860, or you can hit him up through the contact form at freedomfitnessequipment.com. Just let him know what you're looking for, and he'll get to work to get you the right piece for your needs. And that was the Recliner of Rage. It's the Recliner of Rage.
It's the Recliner of Rage, 'cause he's not happy.
All right, so yeah, Carlos. Oh, we still got more hatred and discontent. All right, I'm here for it. Let's go. Carlos says, I'm upset because the crew didn't come through for the dance party. Man, like I said, man, I can't make people dance, okay? It's like the opposite of, what was that movie with Kevin Bacon, Footloose, where they wanted to dance, but the town wouldn't let them? All right, I'm letting you dance, but they don't want to dance. I'm like, okay, what can I do? I can't do anything about that. Matt says, don't get mad at substandard Jacobs. Get in touch with Freedom Fitness. I'm going to hit him up. That's going to be my solution. And I'm actually going to see him at Home Gym Con, but I don't have it. To be fair, I'll probably grab some J hooks from Home Gym Con because that is, where else would I get them? You know what I mean? That's like the best place. I'll be there. I'll be around all kinds of home gym equipment. I can go check out the J hooks from multiple manufacturers in one spot. Go grab the ones that I like the most, and I can make sure that they'll actually fit my power rack instead of ordering online and having to just trust that their website's not lying to me, as so many websites do. And then I'll be right back in the Recliner Rage because then I would have J hooks that don't even fit the rack. You're taking me back to a dark place in my life. Matt, you're taking me back to a dark place in my life. It was a dark time. Me and J cups that didn't fit. I had to go and order junk just to make my J cups fit. Just trying not to be that guy, Matt. You're making it tough. Carlos said, let's dance. Hey, man, all right, Carlos, I'll tell you what. Here's what you do. You go out. I'm put you in charge of this project. Carlos, you go out and you get people who are interested in being part of the dance party. Hit them up, tag them. Whatever you got to do to get them to be part of the thing, all they got to do is tag me in their dance video, and I'll do the rest, all right? Eric Echo says he's going to get a set of U-hooks from U4C Fitness. Yes, and I actually messaged them. I'm gonna have them on the show again, hopefully, during Home Gym Con, and I am going to go past their booth. I think they've got a booth there, but I'm gonna go by their booth and check out their stuff in person. So that'll be really cool. So I'm gonna have Matt says I'm gonna have a lot of stuff to bring back from Home Gym Con. My J hooks. I've got more stuff than that, boss. All right. I make plans. When I know I'm going to Home Gym Con, I set stuff up ahead of time. Number one, I got my t-shirt from Carp. that I will be collecting. All right, that's going to be the first thing. Then I've also got something from Bells of Steel that Kayvon's bringing for me. Then I've got a set of the micro gains weight plates, the fractional plates that I told Mike I was going to be getting. So that's 3 things right there. And then add the J hooks to the situation. And yeah, who knows what else I'm going to be picking up. I'm telling you, Home Gym Con is like I feel like it's going to turn into the shopping event. In some ways, it'll probably, I don't know if it's going to displace Black Friday as far as buying home gym equipment, but a lot of people are going to start jumping once they realize, hey, I can buy stuff here and at a discount, and I get to try it out before I buy it. And Jake also has it set up so that you can actually win stuff because you're, depending on what kind of ticket you buy, you're entered into a raffle. So you could win. I mean, you could win a power rack. There are some companies that have put up their, or if you compete in the strongman competition, you're entered into the drawing for prize. So there's a bunch of different things that you can get. So I feel like Home Gym Con is, over the years, it's going to turn into the preeminent location for people to get stuff for their home gym, because you'll be able to knock it all out. And I see what you said, Matt. I see your jokes. All right. I'm telling you right now, we're on a good 2-week streak of nobody sending me resistance bands. I am not accepting. Actually, I feel like I need to say this. Do not instigate anybody to give me resistance bands at Home Gym Con. I do not want any resistance bands. If you see this video, I do not want resistance bands. We've got plenty of resistance bands. I'm good. I don't need any more. All right. Let's move on to the next thing. All right. It's time for home workouts. Because this is something that I really wanted to make sure that I shouted out, because we've got somebody in the home. I've only got one person in the home workouts stuff today, but she has been watching the program, and so I want to make sure that I shout her out. If you guys are just not tuning in, make sure you rewind and check out Eric Carpenter from Carp's Gym. He was on first, and Dennis Solis from Home Gym Tech Support, my guest from before. Make sure you check them out. Make sure that you are hitting that subscribe button. Help me reach my goal of 50,000 subscribers. We're over 30,000. I wasn't sure. I didn't realize we can get to 30,000 this fast. So the momentum is growing. So let's make sure that we do this. Let's keep this thing going, man. Eric says he's on his way to breakfast with his daughter at school. Oh, man, that's awesome. Yeah, man. I'll see you next weekend, Eric, man. Enjoy that time with your little girl, man. That's awesome. That's priceless. No. You do not. Y'all know what not to give me. Do not give me any bands. Do not. All right. Anyway, so let's go ahead and we're now going to hit up some home workouts. Let's check it out. All right, so today's home workout is brought to you by Jennifer Martinez. Jennifer had a successful meet. Hold on, we don't need to play that twice. I'm excited, but you don't need to hear it twice. She had a successful meet. She had a little bit of a hiccup on bench. I saw the Instagram caption, and you can follow her at savage_pixie and savage_pixie_74. But look at that grind right there. We're gonna watch this we're gonna watch this again. That right there is she thought it was 396. It's actually 391. Let's watch that again. But this is her 4th attempt. So she had just gotten a national record at the IPL Drug Tested Worlds. And let's see. Yeah. And so she went for the drug tested Masters world record in her weight class, which is this 391 pounds. Look at this grind right there. See, the judge is letting her struggle. He's letting her grind. Man, that's it. I'm sorry, this was the Members Cup. It's not the Worlds, but it's the IPO Members Cup. So there you go. Man, that is that's legit. You know, shout out to you, Jennifer. I don't know if Jennifer's watching or if she's doing deliveries right now, but like I said, she's been a regular watcher. She's a regular part of the audience, and I love to support you guys because you support me. I really do. You know, it means more to me than you guys know that you're willing to support me and this nutcase idea of getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning and yelling real loud and playing music and everything else. So I appreciate you guys riding with me and checking it out. It means a lot. And when you guys hit your goals and you take the time to tag me and let me know that you hit a goal that's important to you, that means a lot to me. You know, it's important to you. So it's important to me because I look at us as, you know, essentially a family. And speaking of which, this was actually not on my show rundown, but I have a Discord and I'm looking for somebody who wants to take the reins of that thing and run with it and make it grow. We don't have any agendas, nothing like that. I don't care if people come in there and they promote their fitness business or anything else like that. It's just people who get together and talk about home gym stuff. We can talk about the episodes, you know, whatever. So if anybody who's interested, the link to join the Discord is in the description for the video on LinkedIn, on Facebook, and here on YouTube. So wherever you're watching this from, the link is in the description. But yeah, join the Discord, and then I'm looking for ideas to make it grow and to make it special. I'm not trying to replace the other home gym Discords that are out there. Join them all. I think that they're fun. They each have their place, but this is a great one to join if you are new to Discord and you don't want to get drowned in like 75 different threads and you're kind of lost in the sauce. So go ahead, join the home gym Discord, and I'm looking for people who want to kind of take the reins and run with it and help make it grow into something that's awesome for the entire community. So let me know. You can put in the either you can put in the comment in the chat and just say, yeah, I'm interested or whatever, or shoot me a DM on Instagram at Garage Gym Life, or on Threads. Follow me on Threads at Garage Gym Life and message me, and I will go ahead and we'll get that going. Now, I've got something else that we're going to do, and that is this is going to be new. This is a new segment. It's not really a new segment. So this is 5 minutes of fitness tech. Okay. But instead of 5 minutes of fitness tech, my wife had to travel out of town for work. So we had to push 5 minutes of fitness tech back a little bit. But then it occurred to me that we just did a review of a piece of tech, well, 2 pieces of tech equipment, but a lot of you guys didn't see it because it's only visible to the channel members right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a teaser of it. So you're going to get 5 minutes, the first 5 minutes of this review of Raycon Fitness headphones and Raycon Fitness earbuds. So go ahead and check that out now. January the 3rd, I'm the co-founder of Garage Gym Life, along with my wife, Naomi. And today we've got another tech review for you guys. This time we are going to be reviewing the Raycon Fitness headphones,
as well as the Raycon Fitness earbuds.
So just based upon who's holding what, you can kind of tell what our preferences are. But I'll say that we both really liked using these products.
In fact, I just finished using them in a workout.
Yeah, so it's really cool that Raycon let us have these in exchange for the review, and now we're going to tell you all about them. So first of all, hit that like button, hit subscribe, let's dive right into it. First things first, they both have a 1-year limited warranty on the devices, and that warranty covers basically manufacturer defects, I guess?
Yes.
And they both have a lot of battery life. So your earbuds last how long?
It has a 32-hour battery life, but 8 hours of playtime.
Okay, and I did it for you. I took one for the team. I went ahead and I tested out that battery life for you because I put them in and I fell asleep. And when I woke up, they were still playing. So you're welcome. And then the headphones have 45 hours of battery life. So that's more than enough time for whatever you're going to be doing.
Actually synced those into my laptop for work, and they worked really, really well. So it carried me the entire day.
Oh yeah, and they've got the aux cable. They come with an aux cable, so I could have these on and be doing some editing upstairs, and then unplug them, come down here, sync them to my phone, and jump right into a workout. So that is pretty dang awesome. They also come with 3 different sets of ear cups. So they've got the normal ones, and then they've got 2 that are, I guess, what they call moisture wicking.
Mm-hmm. You have 2 that are like a mesh fabric, and 1 that is a PTU leather fabric.
Yeah, regular. Like I said, regular. Oh, and those moisture wicking cups, they come in multiple colors. So you're going to get more than one color when they come in. And that's another nice feature if you like to accessorize. Also, these are noise isolating. And I'm not saying that you can't hear anything, but I was able to listen to these while drilling some holes in my power rack. And I was just fine with the volume, not even turned really that far up, because it blocked out the sound of the drill. So that was really, really cool.
Now there is a feature on there that does let you have awareness too.
Oh,
It's
awareness mode, yeah.
Yes, awareness mode, and that's located on the back of your left earphone.
All right, let's talk pros and cons, which is gonna be pretty simple. It's basically what we like, what we didn't like. All right, go ahead, Naomi, what'd you like?
Honestly, it was a home run for me all around. When it comes down to the earbuds specifically, I actually have piercings. And so finding earbuds that will fit into my ear canal is really challenging. The earbuds actually come with 4 sizers for the fins that hook into the ear, as well as for the earbud itself. So you can find the right size to fit in your ear. But I have a tragus, and it actually sits very comfortable. Don't even realize that it's in there. You can forget that it's in your ear. Same features as the fitness headphones. So it does have the noise isolating feature, but it also allows you to have the awareness mode as well by holding down the right side earbud for 3 seconds, and it activates it.
Now, as far as the headphones go, one thing that I was a little bit jealous of you is yours come with a case.
Also it has a lanyard, so like if you have a gym bag or like you're traveling, you have it and you can clip it on. Makes it very convenient.
I did not get a case. Is there a bag or something like that?
No, it's not a bag, but I did discover that it does fold.
It folds up. Yes, we were today years old when we found out it could do this, so you can stick it in your gym bag if for some reason you want to go to a public gym, or you're out traveling, or just whatever. Mm-hmm. I love the fact that I was able to use these on the treadmill, and I can say that normally if I'm doing the treadmill, especially if I'm running, but even if I'm walking, sometimes I have to crank the volume up so I can hear the TV or whatever song or podcast I'm listening to. With these, I was able to hear everything clearly, even without having the sound really cranked up. And I'm telling you, I've got hearing damage from years of artillery with the Marine Corps. So if I say that sound is clear on something, the sound is clear, and these fit the bill. So that is definitely a win for me.
I would say the same thing when it comes down to the fitness earbuds as well. The sound is really good. You do also have 3 other sound options, where it's called pure sound, balanced sound, and then of course there's a bass.
Yeah, so the bass boost, that's
bass
legit.
boost was actually really good. Also, talking about today's year old, when you discover, I was today year old last night when I discovered that for the wireless fitness earbuds, this actually is able to have wireless charging. So that was a really big win.
So you would have just dropped this on your charger,
yeah.
And they were ready. You literally like just let go, like boop, and it dropped down and it started charging. Like, I felt like a caveman who discovered fire. Like, ooh,
yes.
it lights up. All right, so that was an experiment. Okay, I didn't know if it was going to work or not. So if you guys, let me know what you guys think in the comments. Let me know what you guys think of this idea, because what I'm thinking about doing is every Friday I'll run a 5-minute max. It won't always be 5 minutes long. It may be shorter, but basically it'll be a preview of the review that's going to be dropping the upcoming week. And that way we can, you guys can kind of see whether or not, basically you can see whether or not you want to watch. Obviously, I want you to watch all of my content, but you'll see, hey, is this something I want to keep an eye out for coming, Monday and that kind of thing. So it's just a way for you guys to get a sneak peek at what's coming up the next week. So drop a comment, especially if you're watching on replay. Drop a comment and let me know if you are interested in me showing you previews of the upcoming week's review video during the live video every Friday. And if I get enough people saying yeah, then that'll be something that we will add, because I want this to be an interactive show where you get to watch what you want to watch. I don't want to just put stuff up there just because, like, I don't have any problem filling time. Okay, I could literally talk. Well, I used to do, I do live streams, right? So a live stream of a powerlifting meet might be, 8 hours long. And I can talk that long. Okay. So I don't need help filling time, but I don't want to give you content that you're not interested in watching. So as a result, go ahead and let me know. Like I said, drop a comment. Let me know if you guys are interested in the idea of me showing you previews of the content that we have coming up on the following Monday. Okay, so there's that. Now, let's see here. Oh, and click that shopping button if you guys want to grab some of those headphones for yourself. There, you can click the shopping button that's in the bottom right-hand corner. You also, I've got a link that's in the description. I'll add the link to the description of the video. It'll help out the channel a little bit if you go there, and it'll take you directly to the Raycon website. You can, if you don't want to go through YouTube, you can go straight to the Raycon website and you can grab the fitness headphones, and then you can, like I said, it'll help the channel out a little bit if you guys do that. All right. So it is now 8:27. Oh, and as far as the videos, sometimes I get embargoed. What that means is, so sometimes I do a product review, and the company that I do the review for will ask me not to release it until a specific date. So if they tell me not to release until a specific date, then obviously I can't show you guys the preview. But in those situations, I'd come up with something else to show y'all, okay? But anyway, that would be the only reason why I would not show you a preview of what I have coming up. As a general rule, you guys will essentially get everything. You guys would see stuff, let's say 2 days ahead of when anybody else sees it, okay? So coming up today, we got one more guest coming up, and that's going to be Heather Graves from Vitabot, and that's an important app if you are a trainer or coach. So if you're a personal trainer, if you're a coach, even if you are a nutrition professional, this is an app that could help you. So you guys want to make sure that you are ready for that. That's going to be Heather will be my last guest. She'll be coming on right at the 9 o'clock hour. So it is 8:29 where I am. So in about 30 minutes, Heather will be coming up. And if you guys want to get a sneak peek of what her website is, you can go to vitabot.com and you'll be able to get a sneak peek of what she does, what her company does. Chris from Detroit. What's up, mama? Chris, is this your first time watching the show or your first time commenting? If you have commented before, I apologize. I don't remember, but I appreciate the comment. Just said, bring on the previews. Yeah, man, I'm happy to do it. Like I said, our stuff. So the way I normally do it is I'll do a brand. So if a brand reaches out to me, well, I'll just give you a real world example. So I've got something that's scheduled to be delivered for us to do a review, and it's scheduled to be delivered the first week of May. Okay. So it's now April 19th. Well, that thing has been scheduled for like 3 weeks. So 3 weeks ago, we scheduled for it to be delivered the first week of May. So, and then what I typically do is I try to give at least 7 days, give myself some time, because these are first impressions reviews. Okay. So it gives me at least a week to use the stuff to kind of get an idea, see if there's anything that just jumps out at me. And then I can turn it back in. The brand will look at it. And that's an important part of the process because they don't get to tell me what my opinion should be about their product. Okay. If I think the product sucks, the product just sucks. Like with the Eon Fit Omni, I went off about how horrible their assembly instructions are, how bad it was, and I explained how I think that's horrible customer service. I've also used other stuff where I've been like, man, or like in the with the Raycons, I like them, but there were some things that I didn't like about them. I went ahead and I said them. So I'm not restricted in telling you guys in any way. That's actually in my contract that they can't tell me what to think, and they can't put, I don't have a battery in my back. You can't tell me what to say about your product. Okay. The only thing you can do to influence what I say about your product is to make it good. Okay. If you want to influence me giving a positive review, make a good product. So that being said, let's say I do make mistakes. So I have gotten the website information wrong because something may be on Amazon, right? And then I say, well, it's on Amazon, or you can visit their website at whatever. And the website information might be incorrect. I may say that I've given out warranty information in the past and it was incorrect. You guys never saw that because when the video's done, I submit the video to the company. I say, hey, watch this. And if I got something like that wrong, let me know so I can correct anything that is stated incorrectly. As far as specifications, warranty information is huge. I want to make sure you guys know what the warranty information is for anything that you're buying with your hard-earned money. You need to know what happens, what your recourse is if something goes wrong with the product that you bought. So I try to make sure that the warranty information is correct. Because it would suck to get something and then not realize that you've only got like 10 days or something to return it. And so anyway, so so I send it off, they review it, make sure, and then if there are any things I need to correct, if I need to reshoot part of the video for those reasons, then I reshoot it, and then it gets uploaded and posted. So as a result, I typically have at least the next 3 weeks worth of review videos already done, which is the case now. I've got next week's review video. I just showed you the video, part of the video. So that's already done and it's ready to go. In fact, some people had already watched it. If you are a member of our YouTube channel, membership is 99 cents a month too. So if you want to become a member, just click that join button and you'll get to see videos like that ahead of everybody else. But if you're a member of the YouTube channel, you already saw that video. So it's up and ready to watch. The video that's supposed to release after it, that's already up and ready to watch as well. And the video it's not up, it's not ready to watch. It's up and it's scheduled for publishing. And then the video after that is up and scheduled for publishing. So I'm working on the video for after that this weekend. Okay. And then I got more stuff coming in. And so we got some comments here. Okay, so Chris said it's a new screen name, but he's definitely been here. Okay, that explains that. I knew I didn't recognize. I was like, Chris from Detroit. All right. Speaking of, by the way, this has nothing to do with anything except the fact that you're from Detroit. I have never had Detroit style pizza, and I interviewed my guy Lee Ari from Garage Gym Homie. He's also from Detroit. He's got a great YouTube channel. You guys need to follow it. Ari's growing. He does a lot of he reviews pre-workouts, okay, from his home gym. So he'll take pre-workout right before he does the video. So you see as amped as I am, Ari always has the crazy eye in his videos because he just finished taking like a quadruple dose of whatever pre-workout he's talking about. And then he's like, okay, then he'll tell you whether it works or not. So if you guys want to watch a video where a guy's got like one eye bigger than the other, go to Garage Gym Homie here on YouTube and check him out. It's pretty cool. He's got a really good physique too, so you can tell that he puts the time in. But anyway, so I was talking to him. He's from Detroit, and we were talking about pizza, and I realized I've never had Detroit style pizza. I've had Brooklyn style, which is my current favorite. I've had Chicago style, which I do not like at all. Okay. I do not like Chicago style pizza. I've had it. And don't tell me, oh, well, you just didn't have it from the right place. Nah, man. I went to Luminati's, and that is a really famous Chicago style pizza place. And like I can tell that they know what they're doing, but I firmly believe sauce belongs underneath the cheese. That's the appropriate order. Okay. You put the sauce, then you put the cheese, then you put pepperoni and other meat-based toppings on top of that. Okay. I don't like pizza. I don't like naked pizza. So don't bring me a cheese pizza. That's where the pizza starts. Okay. That with the cheese. Then you put pepperoni or whatever else on top of that. Okay. But definitely don't put sauce on top of it. And they had the audacity, might I add, when I got this thing that is assembled in a way that I feel is incorrect, and asked me if I wanted more sauce on top. I'm like, I said, do you want to fight? So I'll tell you the story. So we had just left my guy, what you call working class beast, Ryan DePompeo. We'd left his house. We had been up there to live stream his part of the garage gym competition. He's got the working class barbell meet, and it's part of the garage gym competition. And he'll actually have people come over to his garage gym. He and his wife have people come over to his garage gym, and they'll hold the meet, right? So we had gone up there because I told him I would come up and I would live stream it. My son and my daughter-in-law, my granddaughter are roughly in that area, so it gave me a chance to visit them. My wife, me and my wife, a chance to visit them. It's one of the last live streams I went on with my youngest son before he went to Marine Corps boot camp. So it's funny seeing him with his afro because they had to cut that when he went to boot camp, obviously. But anyway, went up there for that. Then we're leaving and we're like, hey, let's stop and get some Chicago style pizza and take it with us on the road. So we go in, we order it, and then we're waiting. And we basically said, they said, you can go wait in the car if you want. You don't have to, because it was kind of crowded. There wasn't really a lot of space in the little front waiting area. They're like, you can wait in the car if you want. We're like, okay. We're like, we just call us and we'll come back inside and get it. I bet. So we go, we sit in the parking lot. We're waiting for and I mean, we're getting hungry now. My stomach's growling. I've heard all about Luminati's. Everybody's like, you need to go to Luminati's. It's got the best Chicago style pizza. All right, cool. I mean, my stomach is growling. Okay. The pizza's ready. Okay. We go inside, grab the pizza, right? We don't inspect it. We go to the car. They ask us, hey, do you want more? We don't inspect it. They're like, hey, do you want more sauce? And my wife is like, I think my wife said, yeah. So they gave her like an extra cup of sauce. All right, whatever. We get in the car, start driving. My wife's driving. I opened up the pizza and I see what looks like a plate of sauce in front of me. I'm like, what is this? Where's the rest of the pizza? So I'm thinking they didn't finish cooking it. And I'm like, we got to turn around, go back. They forgot to put the cheese on the pizza, right? And my wife, she knows about pizza. She's from Brooklyn, so she knows about pizza, but she knows about not just Brooklyn style, she knows about pizzas from different. She's like, no, that's what it's supposed to be like. And so that caused strife in our marriage because I was like, hold up, you knew this and you didn't say a word. You knew this and you didn't say anything. You knew that they assemble pizza correctly in the state of Illinois, and yet you didn't tell me the husband you love with whom you share a last name and a home. We've raised kids together, and you let me order this thing. I was hot, man. I said, all right, I'll try it. I bit it, and my teeth rebelled as soon as they touched the sauce because they touched the sauce too early. The sauce is supposed to be under the cheese, man. I know it seems like a weird thing to get worked up about, but I am. I'm pretty worked up about it. Anyway, so I don't like Chicago style pizza, but I would like to try Detroit style pizza. And that tangent was brought to y'all by Chris from Detroit's screen name. CBS True Consumer Review said that's how it is when I review tech from the TIN. They request my honest opinion in exchange. Yeah, I mean that's how any reputable company is going to be. They're not going to try to make you say what they want you to say because they're confident in their product. They'll just say, okay, hey, you want to review it? Yeah. And they don't mind paying you because they're paying you for your. That's the other thing. You can't pay me. That's why I'm skeptical about affiliate links. Like, so we have a link with Raycon that would help, if you click on the link to buy through that link, not only that'll help us out because it'll let them know that you discovered their product through us. Okay. But I'm skeptical of a lot of affiliate links when I watch somebody's video and they talk about products from a brand, especially when they do multiple products from the same brand, and every one of the products is perfect. They've got nothing bad to say about the product. And I'm like, you seriously? And then I find out there's an affiliate link. Oh, so they've got financial incentive because they get paid commission for sending you to buy this product. Makes sense. Okay. Because sometimes the brand doesn't want to pay you for your time. Instead, they only give you an affiliate link. They'll say, well, I'm going to give you the product. We'll give you the product and then an affiliate code. So you'll get paid only if people actually go buy the product, which makes sense from the brand's perspective because they're paying you for production. But number one, to me, they're turning you into a low-paid, very, very underpaid salesperson because affiliate commission is typically, I want to say, about 5%. So let's say somebody says you're going to save 10% if you use this link. Basically, it's 15%, right? And you'll save 10%, and then the person who's making the commission is going to get 5% commission. So can you imagine if you sold, I don't know, man, used cars or furniture and you only made 5% commission? Would you work at that place for long? No. You putting all this effort forward and you only making 5% commission? Come on, man. So I distrust that kind of stuff because now you're motivated because 5% of 500 sales is obviously a lot more than 5% of 5 sales. So now you're motivated to push the products on people more, right? And so they get a lot more work out of you. So that's the first thing. And I think that it exposes you to the temptation to be less than completely honest when it comes to describing the characteristics, the specifications, the tolerances, and the capabilities of a piece of home gym equipment. And I'm always very cognizant of the fact that when someone purchases home gym equipment, they're buying something that could conceivably kill them. And I know it sounds like I'm being melodramatic, but I'll tell you guys a quick story. All right. Again, I always got stories. I had an uncle and he got an adjustable bench and he was doing some incline bench press with dumbbells in his house. The bench failed under him. The little pin wasn't in. I don't know if it wasn't in securely or just whatever, the pin malfunctioned, whatever. The bench failed under him and he fell backwards and tore both his rotator cuffs because he was holding dumbbells in his hands. And I mean, I'd have let go. I'd have thrown them dang dumbbells and, my wife would just have to be mad at me if they broke the TV. But he held onto the dumbbells and lands. I'm glad he didn't hit the back of his head and really hurt it. Well, I mean, torn rotator cuffs is hurting himself. But I mean, he got a guy killed hitting the back of his head, right? So I'm glad he didn't hit the back of his head, but he still hit his rotator cuffs. Both rotator cuffs ended up needing surgery because this bench failed under him and he's holding the dumbbells in his hands when he fell. So I don't like that. Home Gym Tech Support says the betrayal, talking about the pizza. Yeah, I love that woman. I would never do anything like that to her. I was like, that's hurtful. How could you do that to me? All right. If y'all didn't learn anything today, you learned this. Pizza is best when the sauce is underneath the cheese. I will stand by that. Okay? I stand by that. Cheese belongs on top of the sauce. Meat belongs on top of the cheese. That's all I'm saying. That's all. I don't care whatever else you put on there, whatever else you do. I'm flexible about the crust. You know, you can choose what kind of cheese. I'm fine. You can decide if you want pizza sauce or if you want white sauce. I have tremendous flexibility about those things. But the sauce belongs underneath the cheese. Okay? Also, I promised to give a shout out to this establishment, and that is Guitar Center, because I went down there and they helped me out, got me a mic. So my mic sounds, I'm still learning how to use this pod track, but I think my mic sounds a lot better. And that is thanks to my guy, Nate. You need to follow him at Nate the Prophet. It's Propit. Follow at Nate the Prophet on Instagram, and let him know that I sent you. Guitar Center, that location doesn't have an Instagram, or I would shout them out as well. But Nate, my guy, Big Nate, was quite willing to help me out, so I appreciate his help. He got me hooked up, and then I actually ended up having to go back to get another part to actually make the pod track work. And Nate happened to be there, and he helped me out. It's funny because y'all know how loud I get, right? So I said, well, we got to test it out. So Nate put the headphones on and let me yell into the microphone, yelling, "Wake up," right? And I was yelling so loud that the store manager came out of his office to make sure nothing was wrong. He said, "What's going on here?" I guess he thought there was like an irate customer out front. And we're like, "Oh, no." I said, "Nate's going above and beyond." So Nate's the customer service manager at the Guitar Center off of Barrett Parkway in Kennesaw, Georgia. And he's good enough to allow me to yell in his ears. All right. I was like, what a life. What a time to be alive. Where else can you go to a store and convince the manager of the store to put on headphones and let you yell into a microphone connected to the headphones? That's what I'm talking about. That, my friends, is a good time. Okay. All right. Now, let me make sure I'm not forgetting anything, because check out my show rundown here. I got a bunch of stuff in here. Got the home workouts. We did that. Y'all want to see get an update of my fat loss? You want that? Put a comment. Let me know if you want to get an update. This is a little bit old. Y'all see if you want to update my fat loss. Let's see. If you say yeah, I'll tell you. I'll give it to you. If not, we've got a few minutes. 8:48. Yeah, Heather's gonna be coming on in a few minutes. All right, let's see if I can make this happen here. So, well, actually, hold up. So this is what it looks like. Yeah, we'll do it this way. Okay. So some quick background. When I had my car wreck, I couldn't work out at all. And so I went from the picture on the left, share my screen real fast. So on the left is what I looked like. Then I had my car wreck, and I ballooned into looking like the kingpin of crime, all right? Looking like Wilson Fisk, all right? And that's pretty horrible. Didn't feel comfortable, went to home gym con looking like that, right? And after the car wreck, I wasn't allowed to work out. Just wouldn't, it's not a good look when, for one thing, I rolled over 5 times, but even after I was okay, we were still going through the trial. So it's funny because I was at the point where I could start working out physically, but I couldn't work out because we were still going through the trial and I wasn't cleared to work out yet. So once I was actually able to start working out, which happened after home gym con, I was like, okay, we got to do something. And this is what I looks like. I think it was, let me see something here. I'll be able to tell you. Yeah, okay, so this one is from February 29th. This is what I looked like as of February 29th, and I don't have anything more recent than that, but just keep in mind what I just showed y'all. I look like Wilson Fisk, and then this is what I was able to get to as of February. Okay. So yeah, I could have done like the picture thing or whatever, but when somebody gets pictures, then you don't get to see everything. So still got the love handles and all that, as you guys can see, but that's it right there. Okay. So that is my fat loss update. I am now down to, okay. So my waist right there was about a third. So when I started, my waist I was wearing I really should have been wearing size 40s in pants. In the first picture, the picture on the right, pull this up here again. I'll share screen. Okay, so on the left, I was wearing size 31 in that picture. And I pretty much wore size 31 all the way up until I had the wreck. And then in this picture on the right, like I said, I was wearing size 38, but I mean, we were overlapping quite a bit, okay? I had that Dunlap disease going on. So I was wearing size 40s. And in the video I just showed you, I was wearing size 36. Okay? Size 36. And now I am wearing I can get into size 31s, but I'm comfortable in size 34s. So right now I'm in 34. So I've gone from size 40 to size 34. And and I mean, it's not, the 34s aren't tight on me. I've got room. They're just, there's just the size I wear. If I go much below 34, then what I found is the leg, because I mean I squat, so the legs are too tight. So I'm looking for, I know that baggy jeans are coming back, and I'm so happy. So I'm looking for a brand of jeans. I might get some Barbell Apparel jeans. I've been hesitating on pulling the trigger on the Barbell Apparel jeans because they're not, they're expensive. And I don't want to spend all that money on a pair of jeans and then end up losing weight, But I may end up just having to bite the bullet and get the Barbell Apparel jeans. I've been wearing American Eagle, and I mentioned this to Ashley when we did something about getting ready for the new year. And the title of this episode is the Get Ready for Summer episode. And it's not just getting ready for summer yourself, it's getting ready for your home gym for summer, right? So you need to get, the person who was supposed to come on and talk about that did not show up. So we had to pivot, and I brought my guy Dennis on earlier, but I am going, so this episode, the Get Ready for Summer episode, we're going to push it to later on. It'll be after Home Gym Con, but I'll have somebody come on because we're going to talk about heating and air. Basically talk about what you need to do from as far as AC and, whatever else you need to do to get your gym ready for the summertime. And so I've got my recommendations, and then I was going to ask the heating and air professional for their recommendations as well. I'll go ahead and I'll give you my recommendation now. But I'll give you that in a second when I finish this thought. So what I've been doing, what I told Ashley when we're talking about getting yourself in shape at the beginning of the new year, we went live and we're talking about it. And I said, what you do is you buy a pair of pants that are one size down from what you wear. And you basically work out until you can fit in the pants, until they're loose, right? Then you get rid of, and what you do is you get rid of the pants that you had. So when I started out, I told you I was wearing 38s, but I should have been wearing 40s. Okay, I bought a pair of size 36s, and I threw in. I shouldn't have done it, but I threw away my 38s because I didn't want to get tempted to wear them again. So I got rid of my 38s, and I was wearing 36s. It was not comfortable at all. But I said, the heck with this, I got to lose weight. So I was wearing my 36s. And to make it worse, I only bought one pair. So every day when I got home, I had to wash my clothes, wash my jeans so I could wear them again, right? You know how annoying it gets to do laundry every day? Every day? But that was the point, to make yourself uncomfortable, because until you become uncomfortable, you won't do anything to change. So I did that. Then I got down to I did the same thing when I got to the 34s, except I kept the 36s. Now they're in a bag in my I washed them one more time and put them in a bag in my room. And my plan is to take them to American Eagle, because apparently American Eagle will let you trade in your old jeans for like store credit. So I'm just going to take them and trade them in, and I'll let them know, what I was doing or whatever. But we'll see if that turns into anything. But I don't care. The point is I'll trade them in and get some store credit for it. But I was wearing American Eagle brand. And so that's what I did. And so that to me is like one of the best ways. You don't have to get on the scale, because a lot of people don't want to buy a scale. It kind of depresses them. Just buy clothes buy one side. Don't go two sizes down. Nobody wants to look like a busted can of biscuits walking around. But get one size down from what you currently wear, from what you can wear comfortably. So you be slightly uncomfortable and just start working. And that will give you immediate feedback. Pictures are also a great thing to do. You guys saw I had a video. I showed you the video. I didn't make the video in February because I wanted to show you. I made the video because I wanted to be able to assess myself, because your eyes will lie to you. So pictures and video are good, but literally the clothes thing is an easy way, because it can go the other way too. You can be too judgmental on yourself, but when hey, I'm wearing jeans that I couldn't wear before, that immediately motivates you and keeps you going. So that's my recommendation. Now, before I bring Heather on, I told you guys I would give you my recommendation for one thing to do to get ready for summer, and that is to buy yourself a garage door screen, because you're going to want to open up your garage door and the bugs are going to come in. And I can tell you from personal experience, it is not sexy to be getting ready to squat. You know how you get your air, like, oh, get your air? Okay. That is the exact moment that some sort of flying insect will fly into your mouth. Okay. So take it from me. You learn from my pain, and just get yourself a garage door screen. It will make the gym a little bit cooler as well. And so there you go. Let's check the comments real quick. We're going to bring Heather on in 2 minutes. So actually back up a little bit. So Chris from Detroit says about hey, I appreciate that, man. He said good work about my my video. So I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that, Chris. And I appreciate you watching. Carlos said, not quite kingpin status, but I feel you. He says, looking great. Man, I'm telling you, dude, I look like Wilson Fisk. And I don't mean Wilson Fisk from the Ben Affleck Daredevil. I'm talking about Vincent D'Onofrio, but Wilson Fisk. That was not I mean, I'm a good-looking dude, but that was fat. That wasn't good. Then Home Gym Tech Support says, progress over everything. Good stuff. I appreciate that. And they offer climate control solutions too. Okay, cool. Well, then, man, if I'd have known that, I'd have just had you talk about that. That's my bad. Well, I'll probably have you come back on and we talk about that as well. Nice. All right, so it is 8:59. It is time to say good morning to our final time zone. So once again, shout out to the West Coast. Get up. Get up right now. Okay, and then we have our final guest. We're going to go right into that. You guys from the West Coast, thank you for joining. You are just in time to say hello with me. Everybody, show your love. Heather Graves, everybody. Heather Graves.
Oh,
hey,
good morning. Good morning. Doing
doing?
Great. Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for being here. So did you get a chance to check out the questions I sent you?
I did. Yes.
Awesome.
They're great questions. It's great that you just said the West Coast. I need that My laptop says West Coast because I just came from the West Coast.
Yeah.
And
Well, you're on the
now
East Coast right now, right?
I'm on the East Coast today,
Are
but
you back in Maryland?
I'm back in Maryland. My daughter,
There
who's
you
13,
go.
my husband Joe, and we decided to not fly, but drive across the country. So
Mm.
yes, we left California on Saturday morning and drove all through the day, all through the evening. I looked for all the hotels who had good gyms, and so we got in yesterday.
Wow. So you guys hate yourselves.
It's actually kind of funny because you would tell people, let's say you're in New Mexico and you're driving from California. They're like, oh, okay. Then you get to Texas and you say, oh, I drove from California heading to Maryland. And that's the farthest you feel from both coasts when you're in Texas.
Oh
And,
God, yeah.
So
I've done that drive. Well, I haven't done from California to Maryland. I did California to Georgia, to here in Georgia, which was also brutal. But at least I had somebody, my son and I, well, it was his fault I was doing the drive anyway. He was transferring from Camp Pendleton to Camp Lejeune. So I flew from Georgia. I flew from Atlanta to San Diego, got off the plane, got in the truck with him, and we drove back.
Yeah.
Right. And then we just, whenever one of us would get tired, we'd get gas and switch over and just keep going. Right. And Texas is brutal, but they also don't have a speed limit in a lot of places.
Exactly.
I was like, and neither does Arizona and New Mexico. Some of those places, like you'd like, well, what's the speed limit? And like,
you're like,
really,
I think I'm going 80.
not
I'm a slow driver, and our car would
Oh.
be sometimes, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I don't want to go that fast. And I say, because we've done the trip a couple of times, because we split our time. We are bi-coastal. We'll split our times between Maryland and California. And if someone's getting ready to get married, or being in that small amount of space and driving across country, you get to know somebody very well. So I say, before someone gets married, it might be a good idea to drive across the country and see who they really are. So yeah,
go ahead, test your relationship from the jump. Wow.
It definitely tests
before the ink dries on the certificate, on the marriage license. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
So you're getting some love in the chat. Carlos says, Heather, and he says, he's giving you a round of applause.
Thank you.
You want to give you a round of applause for driving. And Carlos is actually in Texas. He's in I think Houston. Yeah. He says Texas is huge. So I'll tell you my Texas story, which has nothing to do with your product. Okay.
I love it.
So my dad lived in Dallas, and keep in mind now, what my favorite football team is. All right. So, and you know who we don't like. So he lived in Dallas. So I put on all of my Redskin gear that I could find. I bought stuff, like I put on stuff I wouldn't even wear back in Maryland. All right. I bought I didn't look like Chief Z, but I had a lot of stuff. So anyways, we get there and my dad is just like, what do you have on? Right. And anyway, so we're driving for a while and I thought we were on the highway. And then literally we've been driving for like 10 minutes. And then I saw the sign that says, you're now leaving the airport. I said, oh my God, and then when my wife and I flew to California for my birthday, and we stopped in Dallas, and I said, okay, I'm gonna tell you about this airport. And I told her the story, and we were riding the little tram thing from one gate to the next. And I showed her, I said, look at that. Because you're in the airport and you think you're on the highway because of how the airport is designed. It looks like a highway. She said, oh my God, this is horrible. She's been back there a couple more times. She's like, I hate Texas. The roads are horrible, but I guess you can kind of understand it because there's so much road. There's so much highway. How would you ever be able to like repave everything?
Yeah.
But there are potholes everywhere. It just sucks.
I think I was going to say too, one thing that it allows people to do is realize how big our country and how actually the land is so beautiful. And if you are, when you are starting your own company, I have to say, when I did cross for the very first time, I realized that, wow, there's an amazing amount of people that you can help and be of service to. Because, you're sort of in your own area, at your home, and then your community. And then you realize, whoa, there's a whole United States, and that you can go and realize how many people you can help out in our society, that we can help. So I think it actually helped me a lot when I first crossed the country, because I grew up in Maryland and Washington, D.C. And then crossing over, I would go into like Oklahoma. And I remember there was a person with a cowboy hat driving next to me. And I'm like, oh, that's real? Like, it's just, I know that's
They
silly.
do that? That's funny.
About actually,
you thought he was like in a movie. Is he in a movie? Is he
in a
going
movie?
to? Is he going
exactly,
to work?
that's right. And so it was a you start getting that eye opener a little bit to understanding just maybe why people feel a certain way in certain areas, that, when you have a big city or you're in, these areas where there's like tons of animals. And when we were in California out recently, we did a hike, and I remember being like going up, and then I could kind of hear something rustling in the trees. And I was like, is that a mountain lion? Or what kind of, that could be a lion, on the East Coast, you have things like that, but you don't have like big lions.
You don't really, I mean, like in Maryland, you didn't worry. I mean, they're like wolves supposedly there, but the wolves were like, I think they're actually extinct from that specific area. You don't see wildlife. It's funny because like when you go to a park in Maryland, it looks like just normal woods in Georgia, right? So that's it's funny. Okay, you never know what you're gonna get on this show, and you're getting hotel recommendations. So they said Home Gym Tech Support said Hampton Inn gyms are usually a good choice. Yeah, they're pretty good. Since you say you do that trip all the time, I'll tell you another good one is Homewood 2 by Hilton.
Yeah.
They have the best hotel gym I've ever seen in my life. I've been in a couple of them. They have dumbbells that go up to 70 pounds. You hardly ever see dumbbells in a hotel gym. They got and I actually there's a video somewhere, and I was like, on my YouTube channel, I was like, this hotel gym is legit. This is amazing. I videoed it. Let's see what else. And Carlos said that they do have a speed limit. They just don't tell anybody. Okay. That's it. Now, I mean, there's a speed limit when you get to the cities, but like we went to Fringe Sport when we went through Austin, and it wasn't until we got to the outskirts of Austin. This is on that trip with my son, okay? And it wasn't until we got to the outskirts of Austin that we saw a speed limit sign. And then the first sign we saw was 100 miles an hour. Speed limit, 100 miles an hour. And then we saw 70 and, down, whatever. I was like, this is crazy. So, yeah. Anyway, that concludes National Geographic America Explorer. Let's get into talking about your actual product. So you've been in business for several years. And from our conversation on LinkedIn, you've been mostly business to business. So because of that, a lot of my audience probably has not heard of Vitabot. So give me the elevator speech. Just talk briefly about Vitabot and what it can do for coaches and personal trainers. We've got some people who are personal trainers who are watching. They have like the show on right now in their home gym, and it's playing while they're training clients. So go ahead and just break it down for them. Let them know what Vitabot is and what it can do for coaches and personal trainers specifically.
Yeah, thanks, John. And I have to say, I admire you so much for doing this live. There is something very different about, so I really appreciate you doing this and encouraging people. We all do need each other in that way. So we actually started 20 years ago, that's mind blowing to me. We started, my husband, Joe Graves, and that's our last name. And which is kind of funny because John Greaves.
I'm a fan.
Yes, it's incredible. My husband was working on a PhD in space robotics, so he worked with NASA, and we were trying different ways of creating businesses too. And he, out of his NASA project, he came across the Institute of Medicine, and the Institute of Medicine shows all the nutrients. It's what the registered dietitians study to get their degree. And so it's the Institute of Medicine. And he came across that data and he saw that it could balance all nutrients. And we've always been fitness people. I also was a trainer at the time at Sport and Health, which if you're in Maryland area, I think One Life bought them now. So I was a trainer as well. And we ended up, there was actually the health club at the time was getting sued for a trainer talking about nutrition. And so this was really incredible timing on Joe finding this data that the Institute of Medicine publishes. So he made a algorithm to balance out all these, create all this nutrients. So as soon as he created that, we offered it to our health club, and they're actually still our client, which that's incredible. Sometimes I'm like that just, wow. If anybody, and I know actually the listeners are, being a trainer really is not being an entrepreneur, because you're creating your own clients. And when we were starting, it's very scary to start your own business too. And so, but we were trying other things. And sometimes people ask, like, what is the biggest asset that you had doing with business? And I said, it's actually been my failures, which is very interesting to think about. But the things that started, you hear a problem, but it's really an opportunity. So the health club was having a problem because they were getting sued for this person doing this, but they also knew the value of a trainer is absolutely the fitness, but there's a nutrition component. And every trainer will say a different number. I feel like it's like 80% what you're eating. And then they can be, and then obviously the trainer is a huge portion of that. I just feel like it's so much what you're eating. So after Joe did this creation, we introduced it to Sport and Health. Sport and Health took it and said, this is exactly what we needed. We needed just straight data from, this is also a NASA spinoff technology. So it really had this huge ability to handle all the members as well. So, because they had like 30,000 members at that time. So that's really the very beginning of it. We actually, we realized, because we did no investors, we had absolutely no capital to help us. And I know people like in our family, and I don't know if anybody can resonate to this, but sometimes you say, I'm starting my own thing. And people are like, are you crazy? Just get a normal job, especially Joe, because he was able to get a pretty good paying job. And so instead we got this house that was in not a very good area. We sat in a basement and said, let's just try to make our own pile of money to be able to create something of value for people. And that was the very beginning of getting this house and making it, trying to figure out a business plan. It's very difficult. And then once you get it, I'm so thankful we didn't get investors. It was very hard not to have investors at first, because people, were looking at us like crazy. I had someone come and I had a terrible car at the time. It was like, my sister called it a petri dish, literally, because it was just a very bad car. But we could not get our funds up, right? We had to keep it down as low as possible. So you bootstrapped it, yeah. We completely bootstrapped it. But I will say, if anyone is listening and trying to do that themselves, it is extremely difficult. You can get there. Speaking of mountains, the mountains are always a little farther than you think, right, when you're driving, but you get there. And there are valleys to it in business. And in 20 years, right, we made 2008 through COVID. You make that list. I think that's what we did is I sat with my dad. I'll never forget, Starbucks. I still have this. And we wrote 100 ways that we could market Vitabot. And that's where the private label happens. So you mentioned about people not knowing Vitabot necessarily as a brand, but we're used over thousands and thousands of logos as a private label service. So people will, right. So that's how we built so quick. We were able to build quickly once we found the niche with a health club.
Well, let me go ahead and go to your because I want to see something. I want to see if I'll pull this up because I want people to see. You mentioned the different companies that you've worked with, so let's go ahead and put that up right. So it shows like the private labeling. You got Warner Brothers, Lockheed Martin, Quantum Health and Fitness, HBO, UCLA, the Trojans. That's hilarious. So basically, the UCLA and their biggest rival both use you.
I probably should mix those, but
let's see, Mizzou, Northwestern, okay, World Gym, all right, Gold's Gym, the YMCA. Hey, I used to work for the YMCA. That's pretty cool. Memorial Hospital, stepmother used to work for them. All right, so you've got these. Let's talk about what the app actually does, because that's what it is. It's an app, right? And you said you can private label it. So for like, as I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, what that means is, let's say I open up Garage Gym Life Coaching, all right, and I've got clients coming to my home gym to work out. This is not going to happen, by the way. I'll let all y'all know that for now. But anyway, let's say I did Garage Gym Life Coaching, Garage Built Coaching. There you go. And my clients want some sort of nutrition tool. I can give them the Garage Built Nutrition app.
Yes, exactly.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
And then let's, as we're going down here, so what it'll do for you. So it says that your meal plan. So let's walk me through the steps, because it's like, I see all the things. You can track your goals, you can journal your food. What does the app actually do? That way people will know what it is it's giving, like what it can do for their clients. And I'll leave this up here.
Absolutely. And I'm very happy to, at the very end, I can give my email address, and happy to walk people through it and give them a complimentary account to try the service. So you enter your settings and goals. So how, you don't even actually have to be losing weight. You could be gaining weight. You could be maintaining it. It's not Heather's diet. And what it does is it allows you to go in, and there's a report card. In the report card, it breaks down all your nutrients. So I mentioned about nutrients, and it doesn't just do the macro. It doesn't do just the macro. It does the micro as well. And so as you start putting foods into the system, it'll grade on how well you're doing in that nutrient. So let's say you put in like this morning, I had a protein bar and I had a chia seed like smoothie. I would put that into the system. It would grade me on how well I did. And then let's say it says, you have a C and potassium.
Well, hold on. You said as on how well you did. So as in, is it how well you did in following your meal plan, or how well you did on getting the nutrients in that meal?
Thank you. Yes. No, great. Yes. Sorry. The nutrients in your meal plan that day. So the report card, you'll see it'll start binging green. So when you get all green, it means you've got all A's. So those are for the users who want to really figure out what they're doing. You have, when I was training people, I would say, hey, let's just track what you're eating. I don't, just be honest. And what was interesting is some people would say, I have a Coke, and they would say, oh, wow, that's a lot of calories with no nutrients. Or I would say, okay, that's just put it in there. Or if you even have 2 pumpkin pies, I remember this person had put a whole pumpkin pie, and I was like, did you really eat that? But they did. And that's fine. It was a way for me to see a little bit in what they were doing while I wasn't working out with them. Because that was the hardest part for me being the trainer, is you could work out so hard with them, and you had such good intention for them, but you knew that they had the ability for the next 40, 50 hours or whatever.
You can wreck it all with one Big Mac.
One Mac. Yeah, exactly. So that's the beauty of this service, though, is you could put, I had a Big Mac. You could actually say McDonald's Big Mac, and you would say that. And I'm not bashing it at all. I'm just saying you would put that, and the data would come back and say, well, you have, cholesterol's this was a little high in cholesterol, this specific food. So let's go ahead and have this for dinner. So there's blue lines in the system. Yes, exactly. Okay. So the longer the lines are, the more letter grades it fixes, meaning the macro micronutrients they're fixed.
Nice. Okay. So that leads to something. My guy Tim Stewart, he runs Gym Crafter, and he's going to be with me at Home Gym Con. For those of you who have never met Tim in person, he'll be with me at Home Gym Con, helping me out with some stuff. So, one thing that he is completely against, and he's mentioned this on the show, is that he doesn't like it when a personal trainer gives nutrition advice, because you're not trained to give nutrition advice, and you can actually get yourself in trouble. So it looks to me, though, like your app is a way to not give nutrition advice, and instead just say, hey, here's a tool so that you can keep up with what's in your food, and then you can make choices based upon how whatever you just how this Pop-Tart either takes you closer towards your goal or further away from it.
Yes.
And for vice versa. And I'll tell you, this is another, we don't ever think about this, but there occasionally this diet comes back around, and I've tried a version of it. It's called the velocity diet, and it's basically you just drink shakes, right? You don't drink anything but shakes. And there's, obviously you lose weight, but then you can end up in a situation where you actually become nutrient deficient, typically in fiber, because you take is all shakes, right? So again, yes, that's why if you guys remember the Slim Fast diet, where it's like I have a shake for breakfast, a shake for lunch, and then you have a dinner. They always say you have to have a solid food dinner, because if you just have shakes, nothing but shakes, you'll end up becoming you'll become fiber deficient, and well, that'll lead to bad things, right? So so it looks like your app is basically a tool to help people track where they are meal to meal. Is that correct?
Yes. I like to think of it as old school AI.
Okay.
This being a NASA spinoff technology, it's using data, and not to go too much into the tech part of it, but consumer doesn't know that that it's this tech thing. But a lot of coaches, obviously, before they want to recommend anything, they want to know what kind of program and service is this, and exactly what you said. And I understand you were saying about Tim's concern, and that's where we don't offer Heather's diet. It's the Institute of Medicine data, and that people are putting their foods that they're eating, and they're putting it up against those standards. So not a person standards, those standards, Institute of Medicine standards. And what I love that has been created over these last 20 years is there's user created meal plans. So I said, report card, when you get all A's, that means that you did a good solid day of all your micronutrients, like you said, fibers in there. There's 26 nutrients in there that you can work on, and in that, users have created perfectly balanced meal plans, all A's. So we released that back out to as it's called Find a Meal Plan in the app. So I don't know of anyone else doing this, but there are literally thousands and thousands and thousands of already perfectly scored meal plans. So if you're a coach, you can just say, let's look at meal plans according to your goals and your settings. Let's look at meal plans right now together, or they can, give it to the consumer, or their client. They can go on and hit Find a Meal Plan, and they'll see all A's of meal plans already published in the system.
Okay, so you've got a version. One more thing I thought about, and then this is actually a decent segue into the next question, is that if you have a lot of athletes in strength sports who like to cut weight, right? So let's assume, this is not always the case, but let's assume you're already in good shape. Okay, you're walking around, you're in good shape. Then you've got a competition coming up, and you're in good shape from a health standpoint, from a what do you call it? Can't believe I'm blanking on this. From a body composition standpoint, right? Meaning like your fat to muscle ratio, you're good, but you weigh too much, right? So let's say you're 205 pounds and you need to make it into the 198 pound class for your competition. That's actually a pretty good example. All right. So you don't want to just starve yourself, because that's going to actually wreck your training leading into the competition. So it seems like this app might be a tool for that, because as you bring your calories down, to me, the fewer calories you taking in, I'm just walking through this in my head because this wasn't on the list of questions I had for you. As you're walking your calories down, your nutrients actually need to improve in quality.
Oh, yes.
Because you're not getting as much. So it needs to make sure, like, hey, we need to make sure everything I do get is top notch, because I'm getting less of everything. Does that make sense? So it sounds like this app might be a good tool for that.
Yes, it solves a lot of problems in a very meaningful way. So everybody changes, and what I mean by that, as far as their goals. So you could even set the settings to that you're pregnant or you're nursing. I did use this when I was pregnant very heavily because I really, like you said, nutrients became extraordinarily important. It's always important, but there's certain things in life that you're like, oh, I really like it. A doctor just told me I need to 100% focus on my nutrition and get a coach for, a trainer. Then now the trainer
like a diabetic.
Yes. It's
diabetic or somebody who's just, hey, you need to watch your cholesterol. Your app is going to say, hey, like you said, you just ate this thing. Now it's whatever. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. And I like the fact that it will use your favorite foods. So if you don't like something, it will say, okay, just take that out. You don't need to, let's say for vitamin C. I always think it's very interesting that kiwi has, because it's educated, it still educates me all the time. And I'm like, I did not realize kiwi has just as much vitamin C in it. So I could go in there and say, I don't want oranges. And it'll say, how about a kiwi? So it'll really work with the person in order to, with what they like and their favorites that they like to do.
All right. So, we've also got some coaches who are, like I said, who are watching right now. So can you do me a favor? Show me like a demo of the app.
Yeah, I'd love to.
This would be the coach version, right?
Yes.
And then you've got a version for just regular people if they don't have a coach. But show me the coach version. So what a coach might be getting private label for their clients. And you just go ahead. You can probably just share your screen.
Sure thing. Is it present, share?
Yeah, present, and then it'll be share screen, and it'll give you some options.
Okay. How'd that come through okay?
Yeah. All right, you ready for me to add it?
Sure. Yes, if you can see.
I have to add it. So there you go. Okay. Boom. Okay. There you go.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, so here's our site. So Vitabot site, if anyone comes to here and they hit customer service, just, you can write in Heather and I'll have myself, or I'll have someone from our team reach out and give a complimentary account to anyone who's listening for sure. Cause we'd love to have that.
So this is what a coach would see. They'd see that.
So this is this is the Vitabot site itself. So if there's any questions you can go into, I'm going to go into the app, but I want to share maybe two things real quickly. One is, how Vitabot is private labeled to a coach and and then the service itself, if that's okay. That with you there. All right. So the PJF nutrition code is one of our clients. So Vitabot's under his logo. And like, as I mentioned before, this is, you were saying about not hearing about Vitabot. But for the 20 years, you probably have run into Vitabot, just not knowing it's just under thousands of logos that, if you are a coach, you probably run into it and not realizing you're running into it. So like this is PGF's nutrition code, which is Vitabot. You'll see they charge $7 to $14 a month. And this is just to point out for one thing unique with this for boutiques. I like to call them boutiques, but they can be, whatever the coach is wanting to call it. This allows you with as far as entrepreneurship, to be able to provide a service, a reoccurring service to your clients. So for instance,
for example, Ashley right now, she's watching and she's got clients that she trains in her garage.
Yes.
All right. She's a certified coach. She's actually got her master's in kinesiology. So she's like, to me, she's perfect for this. Like, she's actually the person I had in mind when I first ever reached out to you about your product. So yeah, that's perfect. I get you.
Yes. Yeah. I just wanted to mention that the business part of it. My brain goes so much to the business that sometimes I'm like,
no, that's fine.
I gotta share the product. but yes. So when I get to talk to any, and I definitely with Ashley, I'd be happy to just do a Zoom and so forth. But PGF Nutrition, he does collect the $7 or the $14 per month, and then we invoice him based off of that. So we can talk about that later, but it's very simple. He actually created, we have a video already made to explain the service. So he spliced the very first 20 seconds, he spliced himself speaking and then sharing what the service does, and that the rest of it is us. He just spliced into. So you can do that. You can private label anything off of our site. As a spin-off technology, you can do whichever you prefer in that way. So that's the example of the private labeling. Now I can take you into the service itself. So let me go. I'm going to log in to the site, and I mentioned about 20 years ago, this is also before like Facebook and apps existed, so I just want to point out, and I know as you said, some people are just listening, so you probably aren't able to see, but
they can watch it on the replay though. That's okay. They come back and watch the replay.
I just had to show and point out real quick, like our old school website. This is the old school, what, we started as 20 years ago. And it's just to encourage people, if they're starting out, that just keep going, because, it turns into, you pivot through business. And I did not know what that word really honestly meant until doing business, right? Like you're like, oh, we have to create an app now. And anyway, so this is just, that's the report card I had mentioned about. So we started with that report card. That is like the main service of Vitabot, is that following those nutrients.
So to put in a goal, I see is 1,200 to 1,506 calories a day. That's individualized
to me.
And then for each, right. And then so for each meal, whatever, they could get suggestions based upon what their report card is showing. So like I see they had an A on cholesterol and saturated fat. And
right, because they haven't put anything in there yet.
Right. So then, right. But I'm saying, like, let's say they look like that for lunch, right? They say, okay, well, so it's lunchtime now. Based upon that, I can get suggestions for how to slowly get A's and everything. Is that what I'm getting?
That's absolutely, yes. And as I mentioned, so let me go to the actual app. This is what you could put on your site, and you can either give accounts via email. So you would see the invite button on the app, or you can have it automatically. So as you start, it's very scalable. So one of our clients, Scott Herman Fitness, he has worked with us. I would say he's probably like our 6th client. You always remember and so if Scott is by chance listening, always so thankful for you. We met at a trade show, and actually met him. I think I fell in an elevator or something. And he's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm Heather. I'm Vitabot." Because when you're first starting out,
you fell and handed out. She was like, "Oh, before I get up, let me give you my business card."
No, literally,
that's hilarious, right there.
That is, when, like I said, when you're bootstrapping it and it's hard.
I get it. Hey,
wow,
you actually have a question in the chat, by the way.
Oh, yes,
I don't know if you're about to talk about this already, but let me pop it up here. So Ashley wants to know, how are the meal plans created? What factors do you use to calculate the plan? And are there equations you use to do this? So can you see the question?
I actually do. Yes.
Okay, so there you go.
Okay. Yeah. So the meal plans are created Institute of Medicine. So I don't know if you were in the very beginning, but Joe, my husband, is named Joe Graves, and he was working on a PhD in space robotics. And it's a NASA spinoff technology where he came across the Institute of Medicine. And I'm going to show you too, as well, the app in just a second. But it's the Institute of Medicine, and the meal plans have been created by other users. So you can use it as, and I think this might be a good segue actually to show you. So when you first start out, when I would work with clients, I would just say, put in whatever you had, and, don't even think about me necessarily, just put in whatever you had. They would put that in for about a week, and then we would kind of go over it and look at it. And they would also see suggestions. So the plus line suggests foods to eat based on whatever they're deficient in. And you asked about the meal plans. So there's a button here that users can click on, find meal plans. And there are literally hundreds and thousands of meal plans already posted in here according to settings and goals when you first log in. And each of these boxes is a meal plan that for me specifically will give me all A's. So they fit my calorie range, they fit all the 26 nutrients, and it's all balanced for me. So let's just say for today, I was going to click on this one. I could click log today's. I'm like, is today Friday? Today is Friday. And so now you'll see my letter grades beamed up all A's. So that means for my settings and goals now, I have a meal plan for today that would follow all my 26 nutrients. So you can see how fast that was. So you can be very,
So you build it over time, but then once you get to the point where you've got it built, then click and go.
Yeah, well, the very beginning, you could build it how you want, but it's also, if let's say you had a client who didn't even want to build it, you could just do find meal plans, but that's already set up right away.
Okay. And she had a question about the equations as well.
Okay. Yeah. The equations. So that would be, I can find how we're doing the equations. That's definitely a little bit above my pay grade as far as tech wise. But
Oh,
yeah.
I see. Well, okay, never mind. I'll switch it with this question because
Okay.
what she wants to know is how do you figure out what your calorie range
Mm,
should be? Is
okay.
this something they choose like a calorie based plan?
No, I
And
understand. Absolutely. Yeah. As soon as you log in, so and let's say I email my client, they would log in and it asks a series of questions and it balances it. It knows, it says, okay, remember I said about old school AI? It really is old school AI where it says, oh, this person just said, I don't need to lose weight. I need to stay in this weight. And then it balances based off what the individual puts in as a, what their goals are, their settings and their goals. And then it says, welcome to Vitabot. It says, welcome to whatever company is using it. Actually, it's private labeling it.
right.
And then they would,
Go to Grow Fitness.
what'd you say?
Go to Grow Fitness.
Oh, yes, exactly. Okay. So it would have that on, and then it will also have your app as well on the service too.
Right. Okay. So I picked Go to Grow Fitness because that's Ashley's business.
I love it.
So she says that she just jumped on. So
Oh, yeah.
do you input your height, weight, age, and activity level?
Yes. Yes. No, thanks, Ashley. And I'm sorry. Yes. And these things you assume people heard you in the very beginning. And I'm sorry it didn't make that
No,
clear.
go
Yes.
ahead. I mean, that's fine. You can go ahead and this is a private. So basically, you can private label. Am I accurate in saying this is sort of like MyFitnessPal?
So yes, it is.
Except it could be Ashley's own private label version of MyFitnessPal.
Exactly. And we use the nutrients as well. I have not personally used MyFitnessPal in a very long time. I know it's a good program, a good service. I remember from what I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, it didn't calculate all the nutrients. It just did macronutrients.
I think you can customize it if you pay. You can customize it to, like you said, well, I'm going to do like high protein or something like that. Then it'll calculate a little bit of that. But I don't remember if it'll take you dial down into all the micronutrients like you just described. And Ashley said she was curious about if it factors in their BM, their basal metabolic rate and activity, plus their goal to calculate the recommended daily calories. Like basically, if she got this app, private labeled it, and then was giving it to their clients and they're customizing it to each client, would it calculate those factors that are on the screen?
Yes. Thanks, Ashley. I love these. Yes, it absolutely does that for sure. Because, something, Ashley, I didn't mentioning too, we've been doing this for 20 years. And you mentioned about the differences, MyFitnessPal. It would be the private labeling. And I would also say it would be the Find a Meal plan, because in 20 years, all these users have created a perfect meal plan according to the Institute of Medicine standards. And we release that back out to everyone. So every day, literally I think it's like 3 a.m. tech wise, it just updates all the user content and says this person created, it doesn't say who it is, but it'll say this was created according to your settings and goals. And absolutely, when you enter different things in, you can enter those activity levels. If you're a little sedentary, you can enter all the way from, I'll tell you, my 13-year-old, when she was 6, my other hat is a homeschool mom. So I had her for an entire semester going on Vitabot, and she became obsessed. And she's like, so she actually, I'll never forget. I think she answered my call. It was a client who was calling, and she said, don't you just love Vitabot? And I hear her in there selling to an already good client. Yeah. And she's like 6. Oh yes. I've had her do cold calls. I've had her, you gotta nice. Start that young.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah. Teach them entrepreneurship. Yes. I like that. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes. And so just figuring out, from my 6-year-old when she was 6 and doing all A's and figuring that out all the way. We have one client, and I have to mention her as well. And I can this is on, I think, one of our sites. Her name is Dorothy, and she is 89. And I talk to her once a year. And she was in a health club, but the health club went out of business. And so she was like, please don't take my Vitabot account away. And so we did send her to another of our resellers, and she bought it through them. But I still talk to her because I have a heart for her. And she went from 300 pounds down to like 125 based on like where she should be. And with her coach, and she always says it's with my coach, my weighing scale for food, and Vitabot. And
Nice.
you know, those stories is what makes you keep going. You know, that's
Nice,
when you're
nice.
in those valleys of business, you run quicker when you hear things like that, because you know it's affecting people. So yes. But so what I'm trying to say is from 6 years old to 89 years old, people can use the service. And
Let me ask you another question. Talking about liability, because as we mentioned, you know, if you are not certified or registered dietitian and you're giving out nutrition advice, you can actually get in trouble. So if someone puts their name, their business label on your app, and then they give that app to their customer, to their client, is there any liability for them because the app is dispensing nutrition advice?
no, because I don't know if I think you mentioned this earlier. You were pointing out some of our clients, the military, you know,
Yeah.
they, and not being NASA actually wrote
UCLA, the YMCA, Gold's Gym. Yeah.
we
They all
have been,
private label these. Yeah.
we've been analyzed in so many different ways. It's incredible. Which I'm thankful, because I can actually sit here and say it is a NASA spinoff technology. NASA wrote specifically about Vitabot in there as a NASA spinoff, because this is a service that is Institute of Medicine, but made, you know, data to me. I don't know. I see sometimes data and I'm like, I don't get the data. I just want to know, how am I doing? Right. So there's this huge, incredible data of information that clients have access to, but they don't know that tech. You don't need to know that tech part. Nobody really cares so much about the tech part, but it's there. It's just the Institute of Medicine, and then the food that people are they're eating, and they're putting their meal plan up to the standards of the Institute of Medicine. So it's the standards of the Institute of Medicine, and not necessarily just an opinion, if that makes
Yeah, that makes sense. I got you. That's kind of like what I wanted to get across, that you're essentially taking the same tech that you've made available to places like Gold's Gym.
Yes.
You're now making it available to small, let's call them, my guy Andrew Towers, who I introduced you to. He always calls them a micro gym. So now you're making that available to a small micro gym. What's the and so do you kind of do like a cost sharing? It's like somebody pays the cost for the month, and then, you know, you guys get part of it, and the person who owns the business, the small business, gets part of it too?
Yes, exactly. And that's why I said it's scalable, because we make it affordable for clients. And what's interesting, I mentioned Sport and Health. I'm sorry, I mentioned Scott Herman, and he's still our client as a reseller. And that was
Scott Herman's Fitness, right?
Yes. And
I knew I remembered it. I've heard his name before.
Yes. And so he private labeled it. And it was interesting because we started with him also just as a trainer with maybe a few clients. And then we scaled with him because now he's got a very big following. So it will scale with you. And like I said, we are not investor owned. So I believe that has given us the ability to really work with, it's small business is very powerful, and that's who our niche is, are the small businesses, are the boutiques and the garage gyms, which I love that you all are, this is a huge initiative that I think is just brilliant. And so we can work with you, we can revenue share and things like that. So it's meant, and I don't know what maybe I'm kind of brainstorming. Maybe I shouldn't do that right this second.
That's all right.
I was
it's
actually
just us here.
It's just, yeah, I know. That's actually, it's for the first 5 minutes, I was like, yikes. And then I was like, oh no, it's just John and I from the conversation we had. I got
That's
this.
all you gotta do. Yeah, just talk to just me. And then
Yeah, I love
occasionally
it.
we get questions from the chat.
But
So
I
what's
was
your
gonna
brainstorm?
Well, I was thinking with the with what who you're working with, and is maybe like you could have a QR code on the wall, because we could do this, and where if you say you want to work with Vitabot and we could put a QR code on the wall, and then the people who are coming in can just put in that's what you offer, and then they can have something like that. I don't know if that would.
So like if somebody comes over to your home gym, you can have the QR code on the wall, and they can just get the QR code to get and you can just say, yeah, just get that QR code right there. And when they ask you about nutrition, you can say, oh, well, just get that QR code right there, and it'll give you that. And then now you don't even have to give them a meal plan. They can actually pick a meal plan that matches their goal. And I mean, if you're a responsible trainer, you're going to go with them through the process, because this is something when they first get the app, based upon our conversation before in the past and today, you don't just get it and automatically just get a meal plan. You've got to fill in your information first.
Yes.
And there may be some tweaking that will have to happen until you get it to the point where it's working for you and your goals at the time. And then it's going to change, because like my goal right now might be to lose weight. But what happens when I get to maintenance? Or when I say, oh, well, yeah, I'm in good shape, maybe I need to lose a little bit of weight because I'm going to start running or something. Or maybe I need to increase my calories because I'm going to be training for a marathon. I need more calories so I don't lose too much weight, or just whatever. So it's like, I like when you told me about it on LinkedIn, I liked the flexibility of it. That is something that changes with whatever your goals are. And I obviously love the fact that it's something that you can offer to home gym owners who have businesses, because they wouldn't obviously have had access to something that they're trying to compete with Gold's Gym. So now you're giving them a tool to help them compete with Gold's Gym and other brands like that. But
Yes.
well, I was gonna pivot and ask you another question. However, Tim, who I mentioned earlier,
Yes.
is in the chat, and Tim said he wants to know if you have any stats on adherence, as far as people actually using the app. Or do people get the app and then not actually use it? Like they just pay this money but never actually use it?
Yes. So not everyone likes to journal. I get it. Like we so get that. And what we have noticed in the last 20 years, people will journal for about 3 months, and then they do fall off, and they're done. Right. So what we created is something called programs, and programs is the ability to, as an admin, I have a calendar, and I could build a challenge in that calendar. And this is how we made this sticky.
Can you show us that now?
Sure. Yeah, I could do that. Actually,
Yeah.
am I sharing? In fact,
Yeah,
I'm still sharing.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. That was a great, I'm glad Tim asked that question, because that's what I wanted to talk about. It's very exciting, because we, and that's just being super transparent on the fact of it. Everybody knows that, like you journal for a little bit and then you're like, oh my goodness, but you go back to it, which is interesting, and I know that's how life is. But what we did to make this very much more sticky is because once you're in it, then you do journal, which is so I wrote something that I work with a client of ours who works with a client, and they wanted this person to do 30 minutes from their Apple Fitness. They were talking to the client, and they kind of know each client and what makes them want to keep working out. And so they give these things called tasks. And task is in the calendar. It shows up in the app on the front page, and there's a little to do. And this little check box is the to do. The coach would be able to see everything that person's doing. So if I did want to watch and see that my client did a 30-minute Apple Fitness, they got their hormones checked because that was important for them. They drank 3 liters of water that day, and then they also want him or her to watch a video about protein. These are just some different things. Everyone.
So the coach basically built all that in.
Yes, the coach is able to build that. Yes, okay. And then it can be customized to the specific person, or let's just say they want to build an 8-week challenge that just instantly goes to everybody. So they don't have to do it customized. They can do that too. So let's say a coach really wants a Sunday prep day. You would put Sunday prep day, and that client would be able to say, I did it, and by the check mark. And then you could do a weigh-in. You could want them to weigh in maybe once a week. You could say put in what their goal weights are. And so send a picture of your lunch. That is one thing, John, that I found. We did the send a picture of your lunch. That's what people probably use the most, is sending a picture.
They do that on Instagram for nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
People love taking pictures of their food. Yeah.
It's very interesting that's what we found data wise. Like, people love that task, but these tasks, it's a really nice calendar. I can also help build that out if people need help a little bit at first. But the calendar is what makes it super sticky, because it's what the coach wants the client to do. And so it also makes it very customizable. So you can customize the app as you wish.
Okay. So is there any upfront costs if a coach wants to, they're like, hey, I would love to get a private label, app, nutrition app for my clients. It's got my business name on it. Now I'm not sending them to, Carbon or MyFitnessPal or whatever the other apps are, because MyFitnessPal isn't paying you to send people to them. So if you have your own app, is there any upfront cost for you as the coach to get signed up?
Yeah, it's a $195 startup fee. So it's super affordable. And then we go based on how many accounts. So after that, it's $195 per month for the first 50 accounts, sorry. And then after that, we will scale up. Then it goes to $4 per account. And let's just say all of a sudden you've because we've had this. We actually had this through COVID, where people started building high volume online. So through their boutique, but then they went online and they just started selling like thousands of subscriptions. We go down per month as well when you start getting a mass volume. So,
but if you're somebody who's got like 50 clients,
yeah, it's $195.
Then it's $195 a month, and then also it's $195 a month, and then a percentage of what the client has to pay for the app itself.
Yeah, it's $4 per account. So you could charge whatever you want for the service if you wanted to.
Oh, you create the price for the app.
Yeah, the coach puts whatever. That's what I mentioned. PJF, he does $7 for his members and $14 per month for his non-members. So he pays. Let's just say I remember he put the first 500 accounts on there, so he paid $4 per account, but he was getting either 7 or 14 based on whether he had members or.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
What are the most common objections you hear from people when they hear about your app, and what is your answer to the objections?
Probably what you said before is just the journaling. Do people stick with it? And I would say that's why we built programs, is so that it would make it more, once you're in there, people tend to use it, right? Like if you get reminded, you're going to use it. And that's where a sticking point was, because we were just journaling. And then when we created the programs to build around there, that's when it really has become, we've turned that 3 months of usage into like over longer period of times, especially based on challenges, because challenges change. You can make it a fall program. You can make it, whatever kind of cool program that you're going to offer to your clients.
Okay. And are you getting data as the coach? You said, I think you said so, but I just want to make sure you're getting data as the coach for, let's say, okay, so Marge is your client. Marge wants to lose weight. Marge clicks the QR code and now she's got the app. You're going to get data every week showing whether Marge is actually using the app.
Yes. You'll be able to even log in with, into her system as well. So there's a back-end page. It's an admin area, and you can see all the people who are using it. You can see who you gave. And let's say you start building a staff. You can also make sure your staff is giving accounts out as well.
Nice. Okay. Well, before I ask you where people can go to find out more information, you guys in the chat have any other questions for Heather while we have her? If not, we'll go ahead and we'll get your information out there, because I appreciate you spending part of your vacation with me. But I know you don't want to spend your entire day hanging out with me, especially after you guys just drove cross country. So
Oh yeah, no, you know what's funny? I don't even know what vacation is in a sense. I love doing this. This is and I really like I can take a vacation, I feel like for 2 or 3 days and I'm like, okay, I got to get back to it, you know? So
I
it's we're here. Yeah, driving across country was pretty hard. But I appreciated at the very beginning people saying Hampton Inn out gyms. I'm like, oh, we are the same people, because that's exactly. I'd be like, and what you'll laugh too on this is that it was Hampton Inns, but it was also when's the next Whole Foods.
Nice.
So we would drive like 2 hours extra sometimes, just right. Like I'd be like, we have to in the morning be by a Whole Foods.
That's hilarious.
In the desert.
Yeah, I ended up I took my first ever truck stop shower when we did our cross country trip, and those are nice. I was like, oh, I'm missing out.
Really?
Nice. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Because so it's one person at a time, because it's designed for a truck driver. So you're not going into like a group stall. No, it's like they'll say like so and so your shower is ready, because they have to take time to clean it.
Yeah, I always hear
it's like a hotel room bathroom.
Yeah.
Right. You walk in there and you literally you're it's like you walked into your own hotel room bathroom. They're very nice. I said, oh, this is very nice. I've been missing out.
I feel like the truckers deserve it so much. You know, driving is tough on your body.
I need them to be refreshed when they bring me my Amazon stuff. So yeah, I need it.
Yes.
So where can people go to find out more information? You're on LinkedIn, and then you've got your website. And then also there's a version of your app that is available to people who don't have a coach. So let's say they just want to get the app for themselves, not necessarily for clients. So how can people reach out to you if they want more information?
Yeah. Thank you. So Vitabot.com, that's our website, Vitabot. If you can remember bot at the end, it's the robotics. So the background of Joe is robotics. And then Vita, it should have been NutriBot actually, but NutriBot was a little harder to say, so it became Vitabot. So if you remember Vitabot.com, and there's a customer support there. If you just, say you were listening on the show, I would be happy to get on a call with anybody and or have someone from our team contact you and give a complimentary account for anyone who's listening. Because as a coach, we give complimentary accounts to coaches for sure. So you don't have to pay for it right this minute. You can just look at it and see. And with any questions you have, we'd love to answer it, and excited to, and to work with your team. And I love this specific niche is exciting of what you all are doing. I remember, John, you were mentioning it to me first, and I told our entire team. I had a meeting that afternoon, and I was like, I talked to this John Greaves. They have some really incredible. It's a really neat niche that I believe will grow very, very well. So I'm excited to be part of this community.
Nice. Okay. Well, I want everybody to check you out by going to your website. And if people are on LinkedIn, go ahead and hit Heather up. That's how I reached out to you. The first thing that is partially because of your last name, too. I was like, well, let's assume we're cousins and go from there. But yeah, so I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate you spending some time with us. And thanks to everybody who's in the chat who asked the questions. Please, I encourage you, go ahead and check Heather out, because, if you got any other questions, she's going to be happy to answer them for you. She'll be able to let you check out the app, and kind of play around with it and see if it's right for you and your clients. So I think that'll be awesome right there. Heather, thank you for hanging out with us today.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy the rest of your vacation. All right.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so once again, check out Heather. Go to Vitabot.com if you're on LinkedIn. Connect with her. And shout out to all my guests who were on today. Shout out to Eric Carpenter from Carp's Gym YouTube channel. Shout out to Dennis from Home Gym Tech Support for being here. And let's go ahead and, as I said, next week I will be streaming live from Home Gym Con. So I want to make sure that you guys do not miss that. We are going to be streaming live from Home Gym Con. It's going to be a really good time. I cannot wait. The plan is to have as many guests who have already been on the show this year on with me that day. So Homegrown Lifting, Mike and Matt from U4C, Kayvon from Bells of Steel has already said that he'll come on with me. Carp said he'll come on with me. So that's the plan for the show for that day. And then we're going to give you guys, and Tim is going to be there with me. So I'll get him to sit in with me a little bit. This will be his first home gym con. I'm excited to see what his reaction is to the event. And it's going to be a good time. And then as soon as the show is over, we're going to head downstairs to do the open workout so we can start checking out the different booths. So you guys come on that day. And during that show, you tell me which booths you want to see, like which vendors you want to see. And those are the vendors that we're going to prioritize visiting and getting footage from to show you guys. I know Bells of Steel, we're going to be going to their booth, but the other booths that you guys want to see, if they've got products that you guys want to see, don't tell me now, tell me next week during the show, and we will make sure that we swing by there and get you guys the footage so that we can show it in the Home Gym Con 2024 playlist, as well as we're going to be covering the Strongman Showdown that weekend. I'm not sure if we'll be able to live stream that, but even if we do it as a premiere, it'll be available like no more than 30 minutes after the competition is over. We'll upload it and we'll stream it. If we can stream it, we will, but the internet down in the expo hall is not the best. So we'll see how that goes. Anyway, once again, I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for joining us. Couldn't do this without you. Go ahead and share this video with somebody you know. Hit that subscribe button for me. And if you're watching on the replay, thank you. Don't forget to drop some comments and let me know what you think of the stuff that we covered during this video. All right? You guys have an outstanding weekend.